It's our mission not to allow India to become the diabetic capital of the world.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege for me to welcome you all to this Diabetes in Pregnancy Summit on the occasion of National GDM Awareness Day. It is observed to spread awareness about diabetes in pregnancy, a condition that can severely harm both the expecting mother and the child. I am Kamal Narayan, CEO of IHW Council, a not-for-profit organization for health awareness, advocacy, and behavior change. Before we further proceed on this program today, let's have a quick look on the mission and efforts of IHW Council in promoting good health for all, and more particularly for our women and children.
Human possibilities often get defined by our health, and diseases limit individual capacity to realize its full potential. Despite having a rapidly growing economy, the 130 crore strong Indian population is facing critical health challenges. The lack of clean air, nutritious food, and drinkable water is contributing to increasing disease burden. The country faces the dichotomy of increasing prevalence of communicable and non-communicable diseases, with the majority being devoid of accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare. In the wake of a swelling disease burden and severely compromised health ecosystem, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council was formed as a think tank that concerns with health and well-being of human enterprise in existence, with the belief that holistic health gets defined by the way we live, think, move, and what we consume. The Council has worked towards many aspects of preventive, promotive, and curative health. Through many of its initiatives, IHW Council has ensured effective communication on a myriad of health subjects and has driven the health agenda through multi-stakeholder engagements. Through its first initiative, the India Health and Wellness Summit and Awards, the Council has endeavoured to amplify the discourse on essentials of health, good food, good air, good water, good medicine. While CSR Health Impact Awards focused on inspiring more health-focused CSR efforts, Ayushman Bharat Conclave witnessed experts deliberating upon the government's mega health initiative Ayushman Bharat. With the objectives of promoting research-based health education and upskilling of doctors, IHW Council put spotlight on the sidelines subject of continuing medical education. IHW Council has time and again taken up important issues with the larger public drive, such as the Good Air movement, through which it envisions to engage 50 crore people by 2025, promote collective responsibility against air pollution challenges. The IHW Council initiatives have received the wholehearted support of the leading policymakers, industry captains, community leaders, innovators, health experts, celebrities, and influencers.
I think this wellness is an important initiative. I will definitely be interested to know the conclusions of your deliberations, and I'll definitely take these issues and your suggestions forward to the logical conclusion.
हेल्थ सर्विसेज कैसी होनी चाहिए, ये तो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है ही, पर उसके पहले हमको हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर के पास जाने की जरूरत न पड़े, इसके लिए हमारे एयर पोल्यूशन और वाटर पोल्यूशन को हम कैसे सुधारें, इस बात पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है.
Exceptional contribution to health space has also been recognized through such initiatives. These forums also received an overwhelming response from the industry. Several legendary brands have come out to support these efforts and have become the real change agents. In its efforts to make health a priority, IHW Council is committed to the making of a healthier India. Global health hazard, economy and social uncertainties due to COVID-19 pandemic made us more firm and responsible in our ideology, and we immediately felt the need of taking our efforts to the masses through web and launched the landmark initiatives through our social media handles. Over the past months, we have hosted many virtual summits, talk shows and symposiums, mega movements, and reached out to millions of audiences online through our extensive promotion on social media and digital space. IHW Council, always welcoming the like-minded companies, social organizations and individuals engaged meaningfully in uplifting people, communities and societies. Let's join the movement for people to get their basic birthright: clean air, clean water, good food and good health, and help in making Bharat a healthy nation.
India is home to second largest number of diabetes patients, and this disease has become part of almost every household now. While this is highly worrisome, what is even more alarming is that we have the highest number of gestational diabetes cases as well, which is posing a rather grave public health problem. Such a high prevalence of gestational diabetes is not only hampering the health and safety of expecting mothers, the children in their womb, and the newborns, but also can substantially pass on the burden of diabetes to the next generations. As India is already reeling under the heavy burden of non-communicable diseases, with diabetes acting as mother of many such ailments, defeating diabetes has become the center of many public health policies and programs, including mega movement missions such as Fit India, Eat Right, or the Swasth Bharat mission. Similarly, maternal and newborn health too is being given the highest priority, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading this cause through various initiatives such as Anemia Mukt Bharat and Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan, among many others. And therefore, since diabetes in pregnancy adds to the woes of both NCDs and maternal and newborn health, it becomes all the more important to nip this problem right in the bud. We at IHW Council, in partnership with Artists for Her, have taken up the mission of ensuring healthy women, healthy children, and thus facilitating the making of healthy India, or an Ayushman Bharat. We call this mission SHAPATH 1000 days, that is aimed at creating a Jan Andolan over the next 3 years for making women and child health, their nutrition and empowerment the priority of every individual, every family and communities. Let me take the liberty of playing a small video on how the SHAPATH 1000 Days mission is reaching to the people.
एनीमिया से मुक्ति का मतलब लाखों गर्भवती महिलाओं और बच्चों को जीवन दान।
हेल्दी वोमेन, हेल्दी चाइल्ड और हेल्दी इंडिया की बात जो हम करते हैं, तो यहाँ से हमारा शुरुआत होता है।
जहाँ भी बहुत सारे अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स को चलाए जाने की आवश्यकता है, उसमें ये 1000 दिन जो हैं वो ऐतिहासिक होने वाले हैं, जिसकी मुझे संभावना दिख रही है। But to achieve this dream of healthy India, we have to first defeat gestational diabetes. And we are fortunate that to step up this fight, we have with us today the most prominent crusaders against gestational diabetes and most passionate champions of women health. Also, what is going to make this occasion engraved in the history is the launch of Diagnosis and Management of Gestational Diabetes Mellitus 2021 guidelines by Diabetes in Pregnancy Study Group of India, also called DIPSI, which strengthens the government's effort to improve screening for gestational diabetes. So without any further delay, let me begin this critical summit by introducing the highly esteemed guests who have joined us today. And first and foremost, let me welcome the chief guest of this summit, the Honorable Union Minister of State for Prime Minister's Office, Dr. Jitender Singh, who also holds the independent charge for the Ministry of Development for Northeastern region. Dr. Singh is a physician turned politician and is MOS for the Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Department of Atomic Energy and Department of Space. And as an endocrinologist, he himself is a crusader against diabetes and has been the driving force behind institutionalizing March 10 as GDM Awareness Day. Apart from this, Dr. Singh is a prolific writer who has authored 8 books, contributed chapters in books and many prestigious journals. We are so privileged to have him on this special occasion and on this first Pregnancy in Diabetes Summit. Welcome, Honorable Minister, to this forum. We are also going to be joined by Lakya Suryanarayana Tejasvi, Honorable Member of Lok Sabha,
popularly known as Tejasvi Surya. He is the youngest MP elected to the House. Among the most dynamic youth leaders and icons of our nation, he is the astute legal professional with a keen interest in current social and political, economic and cultural issues. We are also joined by Professor Dr. Seshaya V, the founder and patron of Diabetes and Pregnancy Study Group in India. It is his relentless persuasion and effort that led to the setting up of National GDM Awareness Day. He is the former Emeritus Professor of Diabetology at Madras Medical College and also a member of the Expert Review Committee to frame global guidelines on diabetes and pregnancy by the International Diabetes Federation and the World Health Organization. We are also privileged to have Dr. S. Sacchidanand, the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences from Karnataka. Dr. Sacchidanand has more than 4 decades of experience in the field of dermatology and is also the founder president of Association of Facial Aestheticians and Aesthetic Surgeons of India. Also joining us, Dr. Hema Divakar, CEO, Artist, which stands for Asian Research and Training Institute for Skill Transfer. Dr. Divakar is a leading medical professional of India with a vision to improve the healthcare services ecosystem for the welfare of women. She has over the last 3 decades been a game changer in the healthcare for women. She is now FOGSI ambassador for FIGO, the International Organization of OB-GYNs. We are also joined by Dr. Anil Kapoor, the chairman of the board, World Diabetes Foundation. Dr. Kapoor has been associated with the World Diabetes Foundation since its inception and was elected chairman of the board of directors in 2015. Also with us is Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, the president of FOGSI, India's apex body of gynecologists with nearly 38,000 members. And with more than 25 years of experience as senior gynecologist, Dr. Gandhi is among the most passionate advocate of women health in India and also a man on mission to reduce anemia. So welcome all our esteemed panelists on this important summit. And now I would request Dr. Hema Divakar to deliver her welcome address and also welcome the Honorable Minister, the chief guest of this program.
Namaskar. Thank you, Kamalji. With deepest respects to Honorable Minister Jitender ji, who in his own merit has reached very distinguished and accomplished position in the political arena. But his presence here today, ladies and gentlemen, is largely because of a very deep connect that he holds on a personal level with Professor V. Sheshaya, the father of gestational diabetes in the country, this complex and diverse country called India. So what we learn from here, the first lesson is, you may fly high, you may reach the sky, but still be grounded. That's what Jitender Singh ji seems to be telling us by his very gracious presence here, despite the very thick developments around him, where he is required to be in many places all at one time. So again, Jitender Singh ji, a very, very special welcome and a special thank you. Yes, he and Dr. Sheshaya has seen us from our infancy as OB-GYNs entering into the armamentarium of trying to manage the diabetes and pregnancy all by ourselves. And these two great gentlemen, along with Dr. Anil Kapoor, who is the WDF chairman, Dr. Sunil Gupta, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, and all other stalwarts who are here. And last but not the least, at the helm of affairs at the Rajiv Gandhi University, which recognizes that we need to work our way a little differently in our country. Yes, this needs a multi-speciality, but we are obliged to multitask because the women's healthcare leaders and healthcare providers have to stand in the front line and manage the pregnancy, its complications, the diabetes, the diet, the lifestyle, the exercise, the motivation, the short term, the long term, and everything that comes with it. So here we are with the philosophy of connect and collaborate, because we are a country full of hope, and we do strongly believe that together we can. And that's the SHAPATH, ladies and gentlemen, that has been so amply supported by all our stakeholders. And Jitender sir, your presence today has given us, and Kamal, immense strength to do more and to do the best we ever can. So once again, placing on records my very heartfelt and humble thank you, and wishing Dr. Shishaya a very, very happy birthday on behalf of all of the distinguished guests here and all the viewers and all the fellow fraternity from FOGSI and beyond. We very humbly welcome all of you yet again, whilst we like to hear from the very distinguished guests who have spared time to join us today, and in spirit and in reality have recognized that everything is difficult before it becomes easy. And also we recognize that where there is a will, there is a way. Otherwise, there are only excuses. So thank you very much once again, and over to Kamal Narayan ji to conduct the further proceedings, welcoming our distinguished guests to make their opening remarks on the inaugural day of the Diabetes and Pregnancy Summit held on the 10th of March as the National GDM Awareness Day, sentimentally for us, marking the birthday of this great gentleman called Dr. Vice-Chancellor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hema Devakar, for such a wonderful introduction of our honorable chief guest for this program, and also the man who is behind this whole national mission against gestational diabetes, Professor Shishaya V. Now, he requires no further introduction after your introduction. So now I would request Professor Shishaya to share his thought and why it is very important and critical for us as a nation to eliminate, to defeat diabetes, especially diabetes, which is impacting our pregnant women, leading to further adverse impact on health of our upcoming generations. Professor Vice-Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Kamal Narayan. My beloved, respected, Honorable Minister Professor Jitender Singh, who fortunately I've been known him for so many years. We work in the same field again for so many years. And respected Shri Suryanarayana, Tejasvi has not come here, Member of the Parliament. Respected Professor Sacchidanand, very erudite scholar, Honorable Vice-Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, and a very good friend of mine, Dr. Anil Kapoor, Chairman World Diabetes Foundation, and then Dr. Hema Devakar, the firebrand of our association, Dr. Hema Devakar, CEO artist, of course, Rajiv Chalna is not here, he is president. Of course, my young fellow, Dr. Sunil Gupta, again, very active man in this field is here. Dr. Balaji also has not come, has not to be seen here. Then Alpesh Gandhi is here, and I am happy, this is the first time in my career, I am coming across Alpesh Gandhi for so many times. Otherwise, normally you don't meet FOGSI chairpersons. So there's something must be working between me and Dr. Alpesh Singh. So something is won't happen. Good thing happen. That's why we are working together. I hope you are welcome there, Dr. Alpesh Singh. Now my revered, what I got to say, Dr. Jitender Singh, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Now I will tell you, I think many of you may not know, what I did, what I was doing and what I did it. Now if you look at the problem what I faced those days, 1970s, people don't know what is diabetes in pregnancy. In this country, nobody knows. Western world they know, but not in the eastern side of our country. Then 79 I went to Aberdeen, Scotland to see that some of my mentor, Professor Moses told me, you develop this particular area in diabetes. When I came back from Aberdeen 1979, we started in the maternity hospital Egmore this history. I think better people to know what hardship we have gone through, but I won't say the hardship, what I achieved only going to share with people here. Then we started what we call feto-placental maternal unit, very big name, in the Institute of Obstetric Gynaecology, Government Hospital Egmore. There is the oldest institute in the country. It is about almost 200 years old. See that building, it's amazing, very beautiful building in the front of the building. So now, then what happened those days in 70s, I told you, diabetes is not much popular or much not aware. And the most worrisome thing was those days, the important cause for fetal wastage was supposed to be syphilis. Though the moment fetal wastage doesn't give him perineal rejection. That was the dictum in those days. Then after we opened that center, we went through the hospital statistics, data. And we found surprisingly that many people have lost wastage because of the hyperglycemia or glucose tolerance. So then we awoke. There's something must be missing. So we started working on that particular field. Then I went to the paper to Nairobi and all. And then they also agreed that probably in the Eastern world much work has not been done. So that is how it happened. Then what happened is another important thing I must share here. Those days the blood test was very cumbersome. They used to do 4 times fasting, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. You can well imagine how our woman will tolerate taking a blood test 4 times a day. And how can you do so? Having found out glucose tolerance is an important cause for fetal wastage, we have to screen every pregnant. That should be our motto as a clinician, as a professor. But when we found this is test available in the world, we literally don't know what to do with that. We are not able to test. I think Professor Jitender Singh was in Chennai those days, as you would have known, RSRM hospital, where huge population will come for pregnancy, 15,000, 60,000 per year. So if our aim was to screen every woman for diabetes, you can well imagine how difficult it was. Then fortunately, we developed some test called spot test. And it is again a very old test done by the senior obstetrician may be knowing about it. I published this particular test in 1986 in the FOGSI journal. So that was first time in the country we have to give some idea of looking at the, but it is very rough test. It can't be very dogmatic of the test, but at least something was possible to find out. Another thing in 1991 or 1986, so next step was again another landmark. We are surprised to find out from data that even in those minor blood sugar level is going to give a problem for the mother and probably a child. Those we found more than 120 was the problem. So diagnosis 140, but 120 itself was a problematic. So in this time, what happened over this next step? Then about 2004, we organized the first international colloquium in India. First time it was the first colloquium of diabetes pregnancy. That time we invited International Diabetes Study Group President Jeremy Port. He came to Chennai. Then he said we also must have one more association in India. So we started Diabetes in Pregnancy Study Group India. And I think one of those conferences, this vibrant lady, Emma Joker, she came along with other guys, Tanawala, and then what's her name in Orissa?
Sujata Mishra.
Sujata Mishra. I call them three musketeers. But among them, I put them at race, and this lady ran fast. And she is sitting here. This is a very vibrant lady. Then what happened? Then after this, we found that prevalence was 16.55. Again, we published it. Then we thought, why not we do more studies? Then next step was to produce, 2004 was to organize a DIPAP study, Diabetes Pregnancy Awareness Project. And our friend, Dr. Anil Kapoor, sitting here quietly, he was the man who was chairman of the WDF. He was very willing, as a matter of fact, the project report I don't know how to write. He only helped us to write the project, and Professor Leobre was the idea chairperson. Both of them helped me so that we started the DIPAP project. This is again first time in the country where public-private partnership. So we included the government of Tamil Nadu and as well as WDF and did the study. Then you will be surprised to know that the first study in the India, second study in the world, after that nobody repeated. Nobody's done the study. Such a huge population. We screened 12,056 women in their pregnancy, and we are shocked to find out 17.8% were in the urban were GDM, about 13.9% in the Sabha, semi-urban, and roughly 10% in rural areas. This is again first data which you got in this called, actually even now National Guidelines of India, they quoted this data called Tamil Nadu model. Okay, there's another point. Now when this was brought to the notice of the government of Tamil Nadu, health secretary, he was also shocked. Then he said, we'll make screening for GDM mandatory. The first state to issue order, mandatory, that's still being continued, it is going on. Then what happened? Again, we are not sure about what criteria must use for the diagnosis. That's why we are using WHO. We wanted to use our own criteria. Then we did found out another test called, which is a simple test, Diabetes and Pregnancy Study Group India found out a single test procedure to diagnose diabetes where, because we were, in India we did data. Many people don't come fasting or may not come with fasting, let us do one thing. When the woman comes to see the fasting and non-fasting, we'll give something glucose and do the blood test. 140 is supposed to be GDM diagnosis. When this was going on, some people questioned us, how do you know it is statistically valuable? And here comes our minister, Professor Jitender Singh. He was professor of medicine, endocrinology in Jammu Medical College. I've been to the college those days. And he had a study which I am telling you, impossible to repeat, impossible, because RCT. It so happened some women refused to go treatment, refused. So you can't do anything when they refuse. You can't force them to not take. They voluntarily refused to take treatment. And when you found the data, you found these women who did not take treatment had highest morbidity. So that is why I proved. And now I am telling you, even now nobody can repeat that study because RCT not possible in pregnancy. If you do that, it is a crime. You can't do that. So that has become a valuable study to do that. And that is then what happened. In the Ministry of Health, Government of India, I think those days, somehow, I don't know what happened, that Himanshu Bhushan got interested in GDM. He was the Minister of Health, Government of Tamil Nadu. He organized a meeting. I think Yamadev also one of the members of that. And then we had the meeting, 3 meetings we had. Then we realized what to do. Then guidance was framed. The 2014 National Guidelines was issued for the management and management of diabetes. Again, it was repeated in 2018. So this was the important step taken, and in this particular guidelines, Dr. Dinesh Basu took a very important role to produce this publication. So Bhushan and Baswal, both are great guys to help this guideline. That is what we published that time. Then, okay, now I'm going to last big of my talk. Then what happened, our friends Anil Kapoor, Purandare, and Jhansi Ki Rani, I called this lady, Hema Dwakar. She is again, says, sir, we will have a day called National Gestational Diabetes Awareness Day. She only told that idea. And Anil Kapoor, Pradare, all these 3 people, those Pradare was, I think is in FOGSI or FIGO somewhere. Then they wrote to the Government of India to recognize a day as National GDM Day 2016. It took 2 more years to again convince them. Then they asked which date you want. Then Emma, as usual, she told it is March 10th, that's Asha's birthday. That is so it is became a National Gestational Awareness Day. That is what we are sitting here. I am able to talk to you this. Now, I think that I finished my story from 1978 to 2021. Things are going on now. And now I am going to request Professor or Minister to release the latest deep sea guidelines. Hope he is going to do that now. And then, my friends, finally, my message is, let me conclude. The first step for prevention of diabetes. First step in prevention of diabetes is to screen all pregnant women, irrespective as she walks in, do one blood test. Just like taking BP, do one blood test. Screen everybody during pregnancy and take care of the nutrition and as well as normalize the glucose level. That should be our aim. So I conclude prevention of diabetes start before birth. Hence, we have to focus, my slogan, focus on the fetus for the future. So Kamal, Narayan sir, now you must put everywhere, anywhere, focus on the fetus for the future. Wherever possible, write the slogan, focus on the fetus for the future. Thank you very much, and I thank Professor Jitender Singh, our minister, in spite of such a huge commitment for the election work, he was willing to take part. That shows his love for this particular subject, because we work together in a number of areas in this. And thank you, Dr. all the audience speakers participating here, and particularly Professor Jitender Singh and everybody who are here. Thank you very much for hearing my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Surya, and on behalf of IHW Council and the entire nation, since this GDM Day is being observed on your birthday, we wish you a very happy birthday, and your work and your efforts and your contribution towards bringing this topic on the mainstream to mobilize policymakers, mobilize people, doctors, to work against gestational diabetes has been really remarkable, and we are really thankful as a nation, as a council, and as a health enthusiast. We are thankful to that. As you have now already indicated, it's a time that we hear from Dr. Jitender Singh. Dr. Jitender Singh is representing a government which has put health in the center of most of the discourses, and the government which is being led by such a visionary Prime Minister who has not only made health accessible and reachable to almost half of our population under many schemes, including Ayushman Bharat, but also has made everyone to contribute towards health by many campaigns, by many visionary and long impact making missions such as Swachh Bharat, Ayushman Bharat, Swasth Bharat, and most importantly, the man who has steered this nation through this unprecedented, once in a century, one of the most devastating pandemic which has impacted the whole globe. In such a scenario, the government which has led this nation safely towards a safer harbor, I would say, and we are very thankful and we are very privileged to have one of the finest representative, one of the most dynamic representative of the government of India today, Dr. Jitender Singh, and also the passionate crusader against diabetes, and as Professor Sesaiya highlighted, the gestational diabetes, which he has very dynamically, which he has ensured that all possible policy support can be ensured to step up the fight against this disease. So I would request Professor Dr. Jitender Singh for his keynote address for this summit on pregnancy, diabetes in pregnancy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamal Narayan. And thank you also for your initial introduction and a very kind introduction. And I was amused when you said doctor turned politician. I may have turned politician, if not wholly to a certain extent, but I continue to be a doctor and more so one of the same gender as all of us are. Having said that, I think I should begin by saying happy birthday, sir. It's been great to be here on your birthday. And in fact, I'm also glad to see our mentor, guide for many years, Professor Seshaya, to the best of his health. It was as always been all these years. And I'm saying so also because about 2 years back, he got a little unwell and all of us were very worried, particularly me. And now I know that what he didn't say about himself, because he started his story from 1978, but what he did not disclose is that he has a military gene inside him, which keeps him going with the same spirit and form. Because before he came over to Madras Medical College, he was there as an army officer. So that backdrop continues with him in everything that he performs, whether it is his commitment to the cause that he envisages for himself, whether it is commitment to serve the nation, and whether it is his commitment to keep himself fit and abreast to carry on with the crusade which he has initiated. I do not have the words to pay my respect to him, because it's true, I've known him for so many number of years. When you know your parents for so many number of years, you even tend to forget how best to respect them, because you start taking the respect for granted. But I have to put this on record that Professor Seshaya is one of those who had the knack of identifying his juniors and giving them opportunities to actually put up their best to come out with the best of the potential. And I have been seeking his guidance from time to time, occasion to occasion, so much so that when I was asked to formally join a political party, I remember I called him up late in the evening one day, and I was very hesitant because I know, professional as he is, and as we have grown under his shadow all these years, all my life, I was not sure whether he would appreciate that. But he was very polite and very diplomatically, he said, "Don't worry, you are capable of doing more than one thing." Which, in other words, the message was clear that I'm not stopping you like a good parent, but at the same time, I expect that you will continue doing both. And I hope, sir, I will be able to live up to your expectations like many others, my other peers and my counterparts. As Dr. Kamal Narayan was mentioning in the beginning, that, and Dr. Hema also, that I am into a kind of an assignment where sometimes I feel confused how to be available at more than one place at the same time, was performing more than one task. And incidentally, today happens to be a day when the parliament is in session. It was also my question hour. But I had to be in Assam. So right now I'm connected from Assam because I was told that it's more important for me to be there because the election going on. But having set aside both of those assignments and those tasks, responsibilities, I thought I must spare time, because this is my, not only my first love, but also my first responsibility. And not that I'm doing a favor to the organization, but I thought I would be failing in my duty to my own self and my own conscience if I don't make myself available over here. So to that extent, sir, you have done me a great favor and a great blessing to have engaged me, involved me, and made me a part of this morning session. Dr. Hema Divakar, I think Professor Seshaya has already said enough of her. As I said, Professor Seshaya had a knack of identifying people. Generally, since I also happen to be one of the founding members of the organization of the GDM, which was launched by Professor Seshaya way back. And I think in one of the early conferences, she was there as one of the panelists, and Professor Seshaya identified her and enlarged her role. And I'm glad that she's become a permanent feature, a permanent component, a very vital and a crucial component of the organization, besides also looking after her own task as CEO of the artist. We had to be joined by our young colleague and also the elected representative from Bengaluru, Tejasvi Surya. I'm sure he'll join soon. I must put on record, he's taken up a number of diabetes awareness camps, particularly in relation to type 1 diabetes mellitus. So to that extent also, he's serving the cause, or at least supplementing the work that we are doing. Dr. Sacchidanand, Honorable Vice-Chancellor of the Rajiv Gandhi University. Dr. Anil Kapoor, again, known for almost 3 decades. I've known him since the Noah Nordisk days, and he was always a trendsetter in the area of diabetes research and also in the pharma contribution to the cause of diabetes management and prevention. So a great and a great task performed by him all his life. And after having worn many hats, he is now representing the World Diabetes Foundation. And therefore, as I said, I wish to both thank you and also congratulate you for having organized this program, even though virtually under the shadow of Corona, because that is also an occasion for us to rededicate ourselves to the cause of awareness of gestational diabetes, as is being said, the day being observed as National Gestational Diabetes Awareness Day and a week. And at the same time also rededicate ourselves to the cause which has been perpetuated by Professor Seshaya with such a great passion. And I think no better day than to take this pledge on the day which happens to be his birthday. I am also, as was being mentioned by Dr. Kamal Narayan, we have gone through this pandemic, and which has taught us many things. And I think there's an opportunity in every adversity. And one of the things we learned is to get connected virtually. But I hope this will not become a permanent feature. In future, we would be connecting directly. And those who are not in a position to do so, maybe we have semi-virtual connections as well, because otherwise we miss the banquets that accompany such conferences. So the organizer gets away even without serving a cup of tea. So the other day, I was called to attend a conference of medical professionals, and I was surprised there were as many as 21 countries participating besides India. Nearly 3 continents of the world being represented. At the end of it, I told the organizer, I said, you got away without spending a penny. If you had to organize this conference, you would have to book at least 5 or 6 5-star hotels in the city. And then the botheration of last minute cancellation of tickets, etc., the banquets. But I hope this is not because the connect that we have developed amongst ourselves, all of us in this organization, is also because of the fellowship part of it, because we could reach out to our mentors and they could guide us and get the maximum benefit from the patronage of Professor Seshaya and the other founding fathers of diabetes in India. So, having come out of this pandemic, I think what is important to note is that just before the Corona set in, we were mostly engaged, the entire medical fraternity, in the management of non-communicable diseases, rightly so, because we had overcome the era of communicable diseases long back, and as was being referred by Professor Seshaya, he referred to RSR hospital and the 2 hospitals being opposite each other. So in Stanley also, which was just next to the RSR in Royapuram, the dictum was, and that was also true in MMC, that if you read syphilis, you read medicine. Because that would involve everything, from beginning from the primary stage to the secondary stage, the tertiary stage, neurosyphilis, cardiovascular. So the whole book of Harrison, or those days, of course, the Price test book would get included. But then maybe sometimes after the 1980s, we were in a position to overcome this era of communicable disease with the advent of new antibiotics, antimicrobials. And then we got into this and also realized the importance of managing these non-communicable diseases, the most important of which was diabetes mellitus and the related metabolic disorders. And we have been engaged in doing so, except for this brief period of 8 or 10 months, which was overtaken by COVID pandemic. And to that extent also, though not directly related to the subject, I must compliment our young residents, because I've been going around the manner, because I told them, I said, we failed as teachers. We didn't teach you enough of treatment of infectious diseases, which was there earlier, because in Madras those days, we used to have our internship postings in Tamram Sanatorium, because tuberculosis and other things were very often taught, but we didn't teach our students in the last few years. But they geared up themselves to manage an infection like corona overnight. So that also speaks of the inherent resilience that our youngsters have inherited from the earlier generation, and which we inherited from our elders. But now again that we are into this, I think the manner in which diabetes mellitus, type 2 diabetes mellitus has overtaken the country virtually as an epidemic, and as all of us know, every third or fourth person visiting an OPD for whatever complaint or whatever disease, if you take the history, he or she would have underlying diabetes mellitus, which in other words means that we have to have futuristic measures which would largely be depending on prevention. And for prevention, you need to break this cycle. And you have to have an approach which is preemptive. So what do we mean when we say we have to be preemptive? As rightly pointed out by Professor Seshia, he actually began talking about spot test in 1970s, when many people refused to believe, or some people also were skeptic about it. But gradually, I think what he has done in the last 2 decades is actually institutionalize the initial concept of spot test in order to make it acceptable to the world, because the world begins to agree only when you have enough evidence. But the concept came very naturally to him when he started saying in the 70s that any woman coming any time with pregnancy should be subjected, and don't put her into the hassle of coming fast or etc. Because in a heterogeneous society like India, you don't expect it. Sometimes it's not affordable for the patient or the family to bring back the pregnant woman. Sometimes she has other obligations, the family. So it was a huge revolutionary idea. And I would say it was not revolutionary from the point of view of clinical medicine. It was a huge revolutionary social concept. So don't turn her back. Wherever she comes, at whatever stage of pregnancy, fasting, non-fasting, just get a test done. But unfortunately, many of the contemporaries those days were actually not clear about what it was going on, as is often happens in case of most of the inventors, even the Nobel laureates, because they begin like that, and then the world actually understands. So he, being a scientist at heart and a researcher, understood the importance of institutionalizing it. And what we have tried to follow him, and he was referring to the study which I conducted, was we could understand the spirit of the objective behind undertaking this. And as he rightly said, when we undertook that study, there were many women who were refusing to take treatment, and then there were also questions related to the ethics part of it. So we had to do a lot of exclusion, inclusion, and finally somehow manage a study. But I'm glad and we feel proud that this, what he said 50 years back, of course, 40 years back, is now what institutionalized, is being accepted worldwide. The guidelines for the management of GDB, which were initiated by Professor Seshia, are now accepted even by WHO. And that is something we should give pride to all of us, to every Indian, in fact, regardless of whether we are in the medical profession or not. And therefore, coming back to what I was saying, the preemptive approach, and what Professor Seshia said, you have to treat it before it begins. And I also sometimes say, in the case of diabetes mellitus also, we have to start treating it even before the diabetic is born. How do you do that? Instead of matching the horoscopes, you match the family histories of the prospective bride and bridegroom, which we often don't do. So we see how many planets are there together. We don't see how many planets are diabetic. So, because we have enough evidence, if one parent diabetic, how much is the risk for the offspring if 2 parents. But having learned all this, we are not able to practice this because the social contradictions and the social constraints that we feel, as I said, in a heterogeneous cultural nation like ours. But there, in case we are able to do so and begin as early as possible, that will be the key to prevention. And once the GDM has set in, then at least what we can do is, as is also being prescribed in the guidelines, taught in guidelines, and also being professed by Dr. Seshia, is that if we could give a tight control so that the baby being groomed inside, growing inside, would never realize that his mother ever had a GDM. So if we are able to give a milieu which is as normally physiological as that of a non-GDM mother, maybe the offspring's risk would also considerably reduce. And that, because in a virtual session, we don't speak too long because you don't know who has gone off to sleep while listening. So sometimes you keep talking to yourself, sometimes the connection also goes off. Because I have been conducting 2-3 sessions every day. So it becomes sometimes very hilarious. So one has learned to quit before, the connection goes off. Sitting in Northeast, I'm in a very distant place. So what I am trying to say is that if we are able to achieve that objective, and that to achieve that objective is the crux of what the guidelines have offered, because in that case we would be able to break that cycle, which is important, because we are, to conclude, I would say, ushering in New India, Modi's New India. And what is New India? New India is an India which has more than 70% population below the age of 40. And what is the matter of greatest concern for us is not type 2 diabetes mellitus alone, or the increasing prevalence of GDM, but the prevalence which is increasing in young diabetes, in young Indians. So the increasing prevalence of type 2 diabetes mellitus in youngsters, in the young. And if you have type 2, because I remember I think sometime in 90s, 1990s, I was for a while at the AIMS in New Delhi. Dr. Kochupile was our head of department. It was till then, till as late as 1990, it was a customary. If you saw a young diabetic, you assumed that he was type 1 and you started off insulin. And there was this army soldier who was being given insulin. He was started off on insulin, and each time he would go back and have an episode of hypoglycemia. And nobody wanted to take the risk because they thought he was insulin dependent. Then some of us gathered courage to start off with metformin, but he had absolute control. So this increasing prevalence of type 2 mellitus in the third and fourth decade, because then you have many years to live, and many years to take care of your kidneys, your heart, and also to prevent yourself from incapacitating your energies. And I said, if it is New India, it is Young India. And if it is Young India, it to a great extent depends on the energies, the strength of youth. So we cannot allow the energies of the youth and the strength of the youth to get unoptimally remain utilized or underutilized because of the constraints of he or she being a diabetic. And to that extent, I would rather say, sir, Professor Sheshaya, you have not only done a great service to the cause of diabetes mellitus, to the cause of gestational diabetes mellitus, but by way of this initiation, you have actually done a great contribution to Indian nation of 2021. You have contributed value addition to the attributes of New India, the India of 2021, because this is going to lay the foundation of the strengths on the basis of which India is going to emerge as a universal power. And my last sentence, my only regret, and also to an extent my guilt, and guilt of many of us, I'm sure, which remains unspoken, is that we have not been able to give Professor Sheshaya the kind of honor that he deserves. And the irony is that as of today, Professor Sheshaya is recognized more internationally than he is recognized nationally. And that is something which, always gives me a feeling of not remorse, but also guilt. But I hope all of us will endeavor, and we will be together able to redeem this anomaly before it is too late. Looking forward, sir, to your continued blessing, your continued guidance. You have been a mentor to all of us, and we have learned from you not only diabetes, but much, much more besides diabetes. And that is what makes you an ideal teacher, an ideal mentor, an ideal guide. Thank you very much.
Namaskar. Thank you, Honorable Minister Jitender ji, whose closing sentence was, there is a feeling of guilt or remorse that Dr. Sheshaya may not have received enough honors. But sir, you know Dr. Sheshaya very well, so simple at heart. And the greatest honor that we could give him is to test every girl, every woman, and help many mothers and many children and many Indians to celebrate their birthdays happily. That is the greatest of the honors that we would be giving him if each one of us contributes our bit to making the guidelines of the DIPSI a reality by translating it into clinical practice. Once again, whilst I thank you for your presence and participation and request you to formally release the DIPSI guidelines before we invite our next distinguished guest, the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Sacchidanand, to say a few words, may I ask Himani to kindly play the guideline release short video, because symbolically, again, sir, I would emphasize that just your mere presence and a participation on this very important occasion will give us strength for many, many more years and inspire us to do the best we can. So for this ceremony, I would very humbly request that whilst we reach through these guidelines, to connect and collaborate, to reach every girl, every woman, to do our best. We have unmuted ourselves today. We have refreshed our memories and talked very sweetly about this bitter disease, which is staring like a tsunami to us. So kindly join us to release the guidelines. Sheshaya sir, Sacchidanand sir, Anil Kapoor ji, President FOGSI, Dr. Alpesh, the team from DIPSI, Rajiv Chawla ji, Balaji, Sunil Gupta ji, and of course, Dinesh Baswal ji, whom, as Sheshaya mentioned, very, very special to us in being instrumental and guiding us in the right direction, not only for making of the guidelines, but helping us implement it throughout the country. So Himani and Kamal ji, can you just kindly play the video so that our Honorable Minister can officially declare the DIPSI guidelines as open?
Before that, Dr. Hema, I just wish to add, you said it very appropriately, and I think no words are enough to actually dedicate ourselves to the cause which is being led by Professor Sheshaya, and I'm sure all of us will be able to live up to this, because it's not a cause which only limited to diabetes fraternity. It's a cause which is a call for India as well, India of today. Thank you very much, and all of us would feel privileged to join in this release ceremony of the DIPSI guidelines on GDM.
Thank you, sir. That's the mission, that's the SHAPATH, another 1,000 days of relentless work on many matters related to women's health, inclusive of diabetes in pregnancy, before and beyond. Himani, please.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for releasing this important guideline. Had it been a normal time, it would have been a greater, grander ceremony to release this very, very critical guideline, which is an outcome of, I think, efforts of decades. Thanks, at least we could rededicate, release for the nation virtually, maybe during this, the constraints of COVID-19. Still, your presence and your so inspiring words, and which has reassured the entire nation about your commitment towards ensuring that health of the nation, health of the people, health of our largely youth population is protected, so that they can contribute to the progress, to the development, and towards making this nation a great, a strongest nation going forward. Dr. Jitendra Singh, I would take 2 more minutes of yours, as you have highlighted the commitment of the government of India, and you have also passionately worked towards ensuring that health is reaching to everyone, healthcare is reaching to everyone. One aspect which is we need, I think, as you have been instrumental towards institutionalizing this March 10 as the National GDM Awareness Day. There is another major topic, and we have, since under the project SHAPATH 1000 days, we are extensively working towards it to bring every stakeholder together. We have some of the most passionate champion on that, Dr. Hema Devakar, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi. Anemia is another major area which is continuing for almost this entire 74 years of our independent nation. And as you have highlighted that we are a largely youth population, but anemia is something which is impacting our adolescent, our young girls, as well as our women. So I would request if the government of India can consider, and if you can take up this cause, and we may also have a national day for anemia awareness. We don't have any such day. Globally, there is no day, because I think anemia globally is not that is a problem. But for our country, 55% of women is still having anemia is definitely something which require a much more attention and priority. Prime Minister Modi has led this campaign of making India anemia mukt, and I'm sure this effort of institutionalizing a day, and we are proposing 10th of April as the date for National Anemia Day. We will be sending a formal request for that, and we expect that that is going to be considered, as it is going to help the nation to mobilize its kind of resources, stakeholders, to work further and more concentratedly towards elimination of anemia.
Yes, Dr. Kamal, I have noted down your point, and whenever you actually put across this proposal, kindly also keep me in the loop. We can approach the Honorable Health Minister, Dr. Harshvardhan, who's himself a very senior medical professional, and in fact known in India as the man behind the Pulse Polio program, because it was he who had actually conceived that. And I'm sure he understands the nuances of all that we are discussing. And I'm sure we could be able to carry it forward. Very noble thought of yours.
It's so kind of you, sir, that to show your support for this, and we will be looking forward to your kind support and the support of the government of India and the entire stakeholders, for that. One more small request which we were carrying forward. So on July 1st, which is Doctors' Day, we initiated, and that was the Corona time, we were in the thick of the COVID-19 fight. And we thought that while we are creating monuments, we create monuments for wars, we create monuments for victories on other nations, or, for defending our nation. Sir, during COVID-19, a lot of doctors, a lot of healthcare professionals have fought this war on the front line, and many of them have also laid down their life. IHW Council has been running a campaign demanding and requesting all the people, the nation of this country, the government of this country, to create and set up a gratitude memorial in respect of the doctors who have laid down, the nurses, the healthcare professionals, the paramedics who have laid down their lives while fighting and against COVID-19 and protecting this nation. We have been running this campaign with multiple, organizations, with the public. We were requesting them to vote, and we have also requested several representatives of the government of India to help us achieve something of this sort, where people of this nation can remember always that health comes first, and those who are protecting your health, they deserve the same respect, the gratitude of this nation, which we give to our soldiers and all those who protect us or make us progress. I would request my team to play a small video for your consideration about this the demand of setting up a gratitude memorial for our healthcare warriors.
को लोग याद करेंगे तो दूसरी तरफ चिकित्सक और चिकित्सा कर्मी की सेवा को, उस अहर्निश सेवा को कभी भी नहीं भूल सकते। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि हमारे जो ऐसे कोविड वॉरियर्स जिन्होंने अपने प्राण की आहुति दे दी, मैं ऐसे बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे डॉक्टर को जान रहा हूँ। इसलिए आपने जो कहा है इसको निश्चित रूप से मैं अपने ऊपर जिम्मेवारी पूर्वक इस बात को कैसे आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, मैं जरूर विश्वास करिए कि मैं इसको बढ़ाऊंगा।
आप मेरी ओर से, मेरे मंत्रालय की ओर से ये सभी फ्रंटलाइन फाइटर को उनका मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। जिस तरह से उन्होंने इस पैंडेमिक में काम किया, ये तो सराहनीय काम था। और इनके वेलफेयर के लिए जैसा आपने कहा कि आयुष मंत्रालय कभी पीछे नहीं रहेगा, हम रोज आपके साथ रहेंगे, यही मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ।
तो कोरोना योद्धा के नाम पर अगर ये डॉक्टरों का अगर एक मेमोरियल हो जाता है, बहुत ही अच्छी बात है। आपका सुझाव बहुत अच्छा है। मैं हेल्थ मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन की बात करूंगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब को एक पत्र में लिखूंगा और बहुत सारे डॉक्टरों ने लाखों लोगों की जान बचाई है। इसलिए कोरोना योद्धा के नाम पर डॉक्टरों का एक मेमोरियल जो है, इनकी डेथ डॉक्टरों की हुई है, ऐसे डॉक्टरों का एक मेमोरियल जो है, ये मेमोरियल बनाने के लिए जरूर भारत सरकार की तरफ से जरूर हम कोशिश करेंगे।
Common man has so much faith in doctors. Ever since I've grown, like I can talk about my parents, me, children. Doctors are your first contact, and you always contact them, and there's a very long emotional relationship with them. So definitely there has to be a celebration around it. There has to be. So we will do that celebration around it also.
So, Honorable Minister, this was a small initiative we started. We have taken a lot of your time. We understand you have been very kind to join us today on this special occasion, and we are requesting that if something of this sort the message can reach, and I'm sure with you endorsing it, this message will definitely reach to the Honorable Prime Minister, and we are very confident that we will have something of this sort where we can remember that health comes first and everyone has to contribute towards health, and also remember the people who are protecting us every day.
No, very well said, Dr. Narayan. Actually, as you would have realized over the last few months of this pandemic times, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has always had a great concern for the well-being of the medical professionals, the young doctors who were attending to the corona patients. And not only concern, he was also continuously applauding them, encouraging them. And I think that is also in keeping with the kind of sensitivity with which he functions. It was a conscious decision on his part that the vaccination drive has to begin from the medicos and from the health workers. And there was some amount of whispering around that why doesn't Prime Minister take a shot or a jab first before anybody else, and some of the critics also found an excuse to come out with all kinds of insinuations that look here, the vaccine was not reliable and also liable to certain side effects, and therefore there was a design not to let Prime Minister take a jab. But now all of us realize the merit of it. He ensured that in the phase 1, the entire community of corona warriors, the medicos, and besides them the medicos, also the paramedicals, also the police functionaries who were in the front line of this war against pandemic, were to get vaccinated. And once it was made sure that the process was through, then the phase 1 began. and then to lead from the front. It was he himself, as the first elected citizen of India, who took the first vaccination after phase 1. So I think the Prime Minister is already seized of all these sensitivities which you have pointed out, and we will try to put across this proposal in the right waters and see how it moves on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind word and for promising to support it. We on behalf of the entire medical fraternity, IHW Council, all the guests today, thank you again, and we show our deep gratitude for all the effort which you are doing, which you have done for gestational diabetes, and what the government of India doing for protecting the health of the nation. Thank you so much, sir, for your time today.
Namaskar, sir.
Let me now move forward on the session. Here we had the Honorable Union Minister, MOS in the Prime Minister office, and also the man behind taking up the cause forward of gestational diabetes, Dr. Jitender Singh. Now I would request Dr. S. Sacchidanand, the Vice-Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University from Karnataka, and would request to share his thought that how we can now further step up fight against the diabetes in pregnancy and protect more women, protect children, and also, as Professor Sisaiya said, that how we can further focus on the fetus for the future. Dr. S. Sacchidanand.
Namaste. Thank you, Dr. Kamal. It's a great pleasure to be here today amongst the luminaries of the obstetrics and gynecology. Pahla Kadam, Diabetes in Pregnancy Summit, is a very focused national webinar which we have organized, very rightly so. And my pranams to Dr. Jitender Singh ji, Hon'ble Minister of State for Prime Minister Office, Shri Tejasvi Surya, our own MP from Bangalore, and Professor Vice-Chancellor, the Cynosure of all eyes today. Very rightly, his birthday is being celebrated on today. Founder patron, Dr. Anil Kapoor, Chairman, World Diabetes Foundation, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, President FOGSI, and Dr. Hema Divakar, CEO of Artist, the Asian Research Training Institute for Skill Transfer, and of course Dr. Kamal Narayan, Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council CEO. My words regarding this is diabetes is a very common non-communicable disease that we have in India, and of course pregnancy and diabetes also a very common condition. As much as 10% of pregnant women are likely to develop diabetes during the pregnancy. And what is important is this is largely preventable. It can be diagnosed early if you can emphasize on the good antenatal care, which even at this point of time is not being, in the rural areas, the antenatal checkups are not, the women not coming forward. So we need to emphasize the good antenatal checkups, pregnant women coming up for regular checkups, and during these checkups, the routine investigation should, throw up if the woman has got diabetes or not, and if so, good control of diabetes would definitely influence the outcome of pregnancy, and also, many maternal mortality rate also would come down because the mother's health and the child's health is also dependent on the diabetes. After all, a healthy woman can give birth to a healthy child, and a healthy child is the asset of a nation, a healthy nation. So with this in mind, I think early diagnosis, proper diet adjustments, proper exercise during pregnancy, lifestyle changes, probably usage of insulin, which is the only drug which can take care of gestational diabetes, and also sometimes I think early delivery is also advocated if the child is bigger than the normal size. So with all this, largely preventable, largely treatable condition should not be actually a worry at all. We should focus more on this, and every antenatal checkup, the obstetrician and gynecologist should always keep in mind that this person could be a potential diabetic. If that thing comes in mind, probably we can always early detection of the condition and also early management. With this, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I would sign off with the word saying that Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bangalore, Karnataka, has always been a pioneer in partnering with all, especially artists. We have on several occasions been encouraging CME programs and any such initiatives. I would also reiterate at this point that if at all any guidelines are issued, we would see that the implementation of these guidelines through our medical colleges in Karnataka would be a priority. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for the love.
Namaskar, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sacchidanand, for highlighting that how the fight against gestational diabetes can be strengthened. Now, I would request Dr. Anil Kapoor, the global crusader against diabetes, to share his thought that how India can win over the prevalence of gestational diabetes, which is very high, unfortunately, and how we can build the overall healthier society by controlling and fighting diabetes and preventing diabetes.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal Narayan. I'll pay my respects to Dr. Seshaya and all the other seniors that are gathered on this webinar. I would like to point out a couple of important things that I think are very relevant and important. Number one is, if we look at, we know that our future health is programmed in our mother's womb. And if we then look at the number of pregnant women who have anemia, who are either overweight or obese, who are undernourished, who are having gestational hyperglycemia or gestational hypertension, and that we know that these things will program not only the mother for future full-blown NCDs, but also the fetus, the baby, for future NCDs, then the critical issue starts with ensuring that the links between maternal health and NCD prevention become forefront. So any NCD effort at talking about health promotion and prevention should start with the mother's health, because that is where life begins. That is where we are programmed for our future health. So that's number one. And then, given the fact that in a country like ours, as we were talking about anemia, which is very rampant. So these undernourished women, anemic women, when they become pregnant, because the economic situation has improved over time, they might still be anemic, but they were born small, and then they become pregnant, they have insulin resistance, and they would go on to develop gestational diabetes. And if not detected, the baby born to the mother will be at very high risk, and the mother herself would be very high risk of diabetes and cardiovascular disease. If it happens to be a girl child, then this girl child has a much higher risk of getting gestational diabetes herself. And this is how intergenerational risk transmission will take place. So the critical point for me is ensuring that women are in the optimal health during pregnancy and perhaps even before pregnancy. That would be very, very critical to ensure the future health of the nation. Number two, while we can diagnose and treat these women during pregnancy with our health system, what is critical is how do we ensure that we can provide preventive care subsequent to the delivery? Because this woman is no longer pregnant, she is no longer diabetic, so is she lost to the health system? No. She's going to the health system with a baby, and she will be visiting the health system with a baby for at least 5 years for the vaccination program and through the Well Baby Clinic. How can we ensure that we can link that this offspring is the mother, this offspring, the mother had gestational diabetes or had gestational hypertension, or this was a premature delivery, and link that and provide that as a link to ensure that the mother and the child can be followed up at least for 5 years. And that would ensure that this would be for the next pregnancy, it is an inter-pregnancy care that is being provided, and we will then reduce the risk of a future untoward pregnancy outcome. So for me, a very critical important point is we might talk about diagnosing, we might talk about treating, but until and unless we do something about these women and their offspring, we are not going to prevent the burden of diabetes from growing. So our job is only 1/3 done with diagnosing and screening and treating during gestational diabetes. 2/3 of the job is left behind. And that can be done very simply by ensuring that there is a link between the baby's well clinic and the vaccination program to ensure that when the baby is brought for vaccination, the nurse or whoever is doing that can spend 10 minutes extra time to the mother to tell her why breastfeeding is very important for her to lose weight, why it is important for her to lose weight, why it is important for her to follow up and ensure that she remains in good health because she has a high risk of not only diabetes but cardiovascular disease, etc., etc. And therefore, to me, in today's world of digital, where we are able to connect through webinars and we can get our COVID vaccination certificate on our phone, why can't we do this? Why can't we link up and ensure that every complicated pregnancy is documented and is linked through the pediatric program to the Well-Baby Clinic program to ensure that the mother and the baby can both be provided with this kavach of protection. Okay, so to me, one of the most important things I would like to do as a SHAPATH is ensuring that we are able to provide postpartum follow-up of women who have had a pregnancy complication. And this is not just gestational diabetes, it is women with preeclampsia, women who have gestational hypertension, women who had preterm birth, women who had stillbirth. I mean, we are losing out these high-risk women and their offsprings. And until and unless we focus attention on it, we will not be able to address the prevention because health begins in the first 1,000 years of our, 1,000 days of our existence, the 9 months of pregnancy and the first 2 years. And whatever we do afterwards is not going to make any big difference. This is my experience. From the World Diabetes Foundation, I would say that we have taken this as a very big focus area, and one of the largest fundings that the World Diabetes Foundation is doing at a global level in the developing countries is on the issue of addressing the links between maternal health and future risk of NCDs. It's a very big focus area for us. And in India, we have funded several programs across, starting with Dr. Seshayya's program that he mentioned, the DIPEP program in Tamil Nadu, then subsequently in Uttar Pradesh, and I see Rajesh Jain is here. He will talk a little bit about it. Then in Madhya Pradesh, then in Gujarat. Then we have a very big program with Dr. Hema Divakar and FOGSI. And these are starting to create results. And I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Biswal for all the support that the National Health Mission has been providing and to address this. But I think we are failing in one thing, and that is ensuring the postpartum follow-up of these women. And therefore, I would request you, Dr. Kamal Narayan, that this is a focus area that you should, and that would be the transformation of health. We can forget about our generation. We are a gone case. But if we have to protect the future of this nation and the future health of this nation, we have to start there and ensure that these children who are born through a pregnancy complication get follow-up. And especially the girl child that is born to a mother with gestational diabetes is a critical thing, because that is the way to break this cycle. So thank you very much. And thank you, Hemaji, for this opportunity. And also Dr. Kamal Narayan, it was nice to know you. Perhaps we should set up a meeting sometimes that we can talk about how we can establish a collaboration to do something interesting in collaboration with the World Diabetes Foundation in India.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Anisha.
Dr. Anil Kapoor, and it's very heartening to hear that the project and the mission which we have taken of SHAPATH 1000 days is resonating the same sentiments as you are highlighting, that these 1000 days are very, very critical for creating the foundation of our healthy future. And I'm sure that your focus and insistence on ensuring that the best postpartum care is reaching to these women who had gestational diabetes or anemia or any other issues which can help addressing the problem, at a time when they are connected with the healthcare system. Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, the president of FOGSI, is with us, and I'm sure these 38,000 gynecologists are going to be the critical component and the critical driver of ensuring that this postpartum care, this important this important intervention, proactive intervention, preventive intervention reaches to all these high-risk women and their offspring and their children. That is going to be very, very important, and to be supported by these 38,000 plus obstetrician and gynecologists across the country. So, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, how would you like or how do you see it going forward, and how our doctors can contribute, our healthcare system can contribute more, and how people can also be more responsible, work more towards preventive side? There are, the people empowerment is equally important, and their participation is equally important for addressing such problem. Dr. Alpesh Gandhi.
Thank you, Kamal Narayan. Now you are popularly known as Dr. Kamal Narayan. All the dignitaries, esteemed faculties, a very good afternoon to all of you. In this time of COVID-19 pandemic, let me for a moment direct your attention towards the non-COVID endemic that prevails in India: anemia, diabetes mellitus, nutritional problems, cancers, which are preventable public health issues in India. NCDs have been the leading causes of death among women, and it is now responsible for 2 in every 3 deaths among women each year, and the burden is expected to increase substantially in the coming years, particularly in low and middle income countries. FOGSI believes that many of the deaths from NCDs are preventable. In our busy practice, we forget our significant role as a preventive obstetrician and preventive gynecologist. Preconceptional care, preconceptional counseling, and interpregnancy counseling is the best good opportunity. It's the best opportunity to prevent many such diseases, mainly diabetes mellitus and pregnancy related complications. But unfortunately, the concept is not well taken in our country, and mother comes to us only once she is pregnant, and many times that is also late in pregnancy. It will be interesting to know one of the study conducted by FOGSI. We ask our members, should we make pre-marital investigation, certain investigations like diabetes, HIV, hemoglobin, mandatory before marriage to all the couples? And to our surprise, 87% of our members were of opinion that it should be made compulsory, mandatory in our country. This shows the magnitude, this shows the belief that this all can be preventable before marriage or before pregnancy. Preconceptional counseling, the first 1,000 days, good and proper nutrition, regular exercise, cessation of smoking and tobacco, healthy lifestyle, many such simple things can play a significant role in prevention of diabetes, prevention of NCDs. India, as we all know, it's the capital of diabetes mellitus, and one of the countries having highest incidence of gestational diabetes mellitus, which is responsible for diabetes and cardiac diseases and many other diseases in future in women and also in future generations. Diabetes is a major public health problem in India, and it is estimated that 62 million people with type 2 diabetes mellitus, and this number is expected to go up to 79.4 million by 2025. And it is estimated that about 4 million women are affected by GDM in India at any given time point. And these figures are a wake-up call for all of us. GDM influences immediate maternal and neonatal outcomes. Will not go in detail of the bad outcomes because of the GDM. But the global data also shows that children of mothers with uncontrolled diabetes, either existing or originating during pregnancy, are 4 to 8 times more likely to develop diabetes in later life compared to their siblings born to the same parents in a non-GDM pregnancy. Management of diabetes, its complication imposes a huge economical burden on the society. Hence, effective strategies are urgently needed to control this epidemic. We need to work in India simultaneously at many fronts, from creating social awareness, training manpower, sensitizing policymakers to make GDM testing and management mandatory during pregnancy and if possible before pregnancy, updating obstetricians to conduct childbirth in a patient of GDM as per the protocols and guidelines, establishment of more obstetric HDU units as the vital backup, close monitoring in postpartum period, and regular follow-up for the next few years with multidisciplinary teamwork. So many things at so many fronts we have to work, and particularly if we update ourselves, if we it's good, always it is required that we should have our guidelines and protocols, but at the same time we need to we need to do mass communication, mass education, because on one side if we are ready to tackle all the problems, but at the other side if at the receiving end if they are not aware, if they do not want to reach to us, then our setup will not be that much useful. And that is why public awareness is very, very important. And this year FOGSI has conducted so many community connect programs, scientific programs, and FOGSI had reached to thousands of women in these programs, and in some of the programs we had reached to even lakhs of women. We believe that better nutrition is directly related to improved health across lifespan. But nowadays people are consuming more foods high in energy, fats, free sugars, salts, and many do not eat enough fruits, vegetables or fibers such as whole grains. All these factors are contributing to an imbalanced eating and many health problems including diabetes. Maternal pre-pregnancy obesity is also a contributing factor in the etiology of poor outcome as well as gestational diabetes and difficulty in breastfeeding and many other obstetric outcome. Maternal obesity contributes to development of a number of negative maternal health outcomes, and children born to obese women are twice as likely to be obese and develop type 2 diabetes. So if obese women comes to us during preconceptional period while planning for pregnancy, we should counsel her to lose her weight. So preconceptional counseling, care during the 1000 days, antenatal period, antenatal checkup, antenatal care can be a good opportunity to prevent many such NCDs and pregnancy related complications.
Dr. Gandhi,
today, yes, at the end, I would like, yes, Doctor, yes, yeah, Kamal.
Yeah, Dr. Gandhi, for the sake of keeping us program
yes,
time, I'm really sorry.
So at last, I'm coming to the end. So it's a FOGSI's vision to work for Anemia Mukt Bharat, promotion of breastfeeding, prevention of NCD, and safeguarding and prevention of maternal and neonatal mortality, and to work to achieve SDG for our country, and to work for nationwide mass education sensitization program for its members. FOGSI extends support to a call for WHO, Government of India, and FIGO, and let us fight against these preventable deaths and NCDs of women in India to achieve SDG for our country. Collaboratively, jointly, FOGSI extends its support to this movement initiative. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gandhi, for highlighting and stressing upon that the public awareness is very, very essential in all those areas and aspects you have highlighted. I would not take any further time because the next panel, all of our guests have joined, and we are eating into their time of discussing how this fight can be taken forward further, and how we are going to make sure that we have become the number 2 in terms of the being the capital of the diabetes in the world, and we are not becoming again the capital, or we are kind of further reducing the number. But I will just highlight the message what Professor Seshaya has highlighted, that focus on the fetus for the future, and I would request for that to focus on the fetus, also focus on the health, nutrition, empowerment, care for your women who are important for the whole the life, the health of the nation, and they are the fundamental, the foundational part of the ensuring that we get a healthy India and Ayushman Bharat, and we ensure that everyone of us live a healthy, productive life. So over to you, Dr. Hema Divakar, for the next session on reducing the diabetes burden of our country by focusing on the GDM elimination. Thank you so much, every participant of our inaugural session, and we look forward to
Namaskar again. And Kamalji, you have the privilege of being honored with the doctorate time and again, with everybody addressing you as Dr. Kamal Narayan, because you're so much into the thick of it. So congratulations to you yet again for putting us all together in one big basket on one common platform to take the SHAPATH that we will not allow India to become the diabetic capital of the world. Okay, everybody has said GDM today, NCD tomorrow. We are staring at that tsunami. So may I request all my distinguished panel members to switch on their videos, and I'm so privileged, proud and happy to welcome Dr. C.N. Purandare, the immediate past president of FIGO, who has played an absolutely vital role in getting our voice heard on the global arena. Dr. Shanta Kumari, who is stepping into the prestigious post of the president of FOGSI, who has joined from her office at the hospital, and she has many vibrant thoughts, and because she's such an action-oriented person, what we say, she will help us do. That is the promise that I can make on behalf of Shanta. Another leader from our organization is Dr. Sanjay Gupte, yet again a perfect gentleman who chairs the ethics committee of FIGO, who has stood solidly in support behind us for getting our initiatives through. Dr. Meera Agnihotriji, who not only believes in one component of diabetes in pregnancy that has to reach the care for every girl, every woman, but for everything, the 6 S that she has proposed and projected through her organization, WWW Foundation. And we have the one who is stepping into the prestigious post of president of DIPSI very soon, Dr. Sunil Gupta, who says, hello diabetes, because you have to go into the enemy camp to fight the battle, and that is Sunilji's concept. Rajesh Jain, who is the best performer in the most toughest area of Uttar Pradesh, and he has probably figured out many answers to the unanswered questions. And last but not the least, Dr. Dinesh Baswalji, without whose help we could not have moved the mountains in terms of sensitizing the government to bring in the guidelines and to initiate so much action in many pockets, and we will soon brush upon the solutions he has found with his experience. So initially I had planned for 2 rounds of questions, but now I will just format it in a way that the second round was going to be, what is the one thing, the SHAPATH you want to take to help the Pahla Kadam of not making India the diabetic capital. So, dear and distinguished friends, whatever question I ask you first, kindly follow that up with your resolve, your message to all of us as to what we should do in order to handle this problem of the tsunami of GDM today and NCD today. So
Emma, I want to say hello to Dr.
Yes, sir, please, sir, your privilege. Sir, please.
Dr. Dinesh Baswal. Hello.
नमस्ते बसवाल जी, आपको शेषैया सर हेलो बोल रहे हैं. बसवाल जी is muted, I think.
Oh, I'm seeing out so many years. Hello, Dr. Baswal.
Hello, sir, and happy birthday, sir.
I am seeing out many years.
Sir, namaskar. Yes, sir, namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
Yes, namaskar.
So,
thank you.
Once again, yeah, namaste, ma'am. It brings again the sweet connections whilst we are speaking about the bitter disease. So, my first question to our global leader, Dr. C.N. Purandare. In his experience as the past president of FIGO and a past president of FOGSI, it's as if he's seen the world. The tsunami of gestational diabetes and diabetes per se on the big canvas. Is it a big and serious problems in other parts of the world as well? And tell us about the global scenario and the FIGO approach. From there, what we can extract to making things happen in our own country. So, can I kindly request everybody else to mute, please? Meera ma'am? Yeah. CN sir.
Thank you, Hema, for inviting me for this panel discussion.
Dr. Purandare, I think the audio and video both, I think his
whole thing just crashed.
Yeah, but we can hear you now, CM.
Anyway,
you're back.
Thank you very much, Hema, for inviting me. FIGO has been seized with this for a long time now. I remember the time when I took over as the president-elect of FIGO. We started working on this GDM, and not only in India but all over the world. And I thought that was the time when we should have a separate working group on the hypoglycemia in pregnancy, so that they will start working and realize what the quantum of problem that exists all over the world. We're all aware that the hypoglycemia in pregnancy in Indian pregnant women is nearly 16 to 17%, and even in China nearly 19%. So that's a huge number when you're talking about 1/5 of the population pregnant women having hypoglycemia. That extrapolating essentially later on with the newborn, which gets the NCD transferred, and subsequently the even the mother, which will face all the medical problems that are seen with the NCDs. Now, hypoglycemia in pregnancy being such a large issue, FIGO decided that we should have a regular committee, which was the NCD committee, which was headed by Moshe Hod, and Hema Divakar taking over as the chair. And we worked world over.
Miraji, please mute
recommendations which are for GDM and NCD, which and the global recommendations were then endorsed in Europe, in Barcelona, in Colombia, in for the Latin American region, to India, to Sri Lanka, to everywhere. And there was tremendous response from all these countries and the regions as well, realizing what their problem was. And since then, the infographics for all the obstetrician gynecologists to use for their consulting rooms, etc., have been laid down as well by the NCD committee. And the most important thing that we convey to that testing is the most important thing. Each and every pregnant woman must be tested, initial stages, and then again 26 to 28 weeks, because when the exposure is likely to be seen in those patients. And of course, the prenatal and the postnatal area needs to be looked into. It's not only during pregnancy, but follow-up, which is postnatally, which is important, and linking it to the vaccination program, which would give a great control over diagnosing and following up with these patients. So with all this happening, we had the nutrition working group, which brought about the nutritional needs and whatever that needs to be. The NCD nutrition were combined together then, because those are the obesity and diabetes go hand in hand. And today we have a whole load of PCOS women getting pregnant, and they have the risk of diabetes in pregnancy and subsequently having problems as well. It's not only stopping there, but these women later on will be hypertensive, diabetes, contributing to their complications, to heart disease and renal disease, everything complicating, diabetes complicating. So it's something which we have to look at the holistic approach, that we look after these women completely. And it's not only the pregnancy and 9 months which are important. And obstetricians are the first person where woman comes to, and they have the unique opportunity to identify them, look after them, and even make sure that subsequently they are transferred into a setup where proper looking after is done.
Thank you, CN. You've not only, nurtured the ideas of bringing the groups together, the OBGYN group, which is dealing with hyperglycemia and pregnancy, with the nutrition group, with the allied groups who are responsible for safe motherhood. And it's not that you just brought us together, you helped us stay together, and you helped us work together consistently and persistently over so many years, and that has meant a lot to us. So thank you so much for your very valuable inputs. And you said OBGYNs are the first people to see the pregnant women, so they will need the testing. So my question goes to our next leader, Dr. Shanta Kumari, who is going to be heading the huge organization, our parent organization, all the OBGYNs, to bring it to the notice of Shanta, the Manyata initiative, where we inculcate protocol-based practice. More than 90% of the private centers said they're not doing the recommended test in the recommended manner. That's point number one. Secondly, 25% of our antenatal women are ever getting tested for their sugar status in pregnancy, whilst we want 100% of our women to get tested. That means as OBGYNs, even the Pahla Kadam, the simple first step, we have a lot to do. So what is your vision and mission? One of the components that you may perhaps take up during your presidential year. Shanta.
Yeah. Thank you, Hema. I'm so sorry, suddenly the Wi-Fi in my laptop in the hospital is not working. So I switched to the telephone. Okay. As rightly put, I've been listening to CN sir, and I am almost a third generation obstetrician, my uncle, my mother, all of us. So I've been seeing pregnant women from my childhood and what were the tests. I remember, it used to be some tests to be done, and in that an RBS used to be one of the tests, one CBP, one RBS, and one CUE, and the whole pregnant profile was almost over that time, one grouping typing. So to that, we evolved, and even, in fact, being a doctor myself and being a daughter of an obstetrician also, when I was carrying, my son is now 27 years, that time also only one test I think that I did. I was done, I think, with RBS, and that's it. That also because the obstetrician was very upset that I didn't do any investigations. Okay, so that was the scenario of even I think the doctors in a doctor's family had in their obstetric cycle. So from that, we have actually moved forward to realizing the importance of testing. And then slowly, the testing, doing a sugar test became very mandatory. And then doing the one step test, we all evolved and moved. And now, yes, we all know how important it is to do the screening for diabetes. Yes, our country, we are famous for our biryanis. At the same time, we are now famous for diabetes and GDMs. So I think the onus is on all of us to know the importance of testing. Yes, we all know, but still I think there are people who will feel happy. Okay, Kara, some test on RBS or FBS or anything. So to inculcate the right test to be done and make it mandatory is very important. And along with the patients, I feel even we need to educate along with the doctors, the patients also. We have actually seen the past 60, 70 years. In the beginning, as a child, I remember when we used to go to the cinema theaters, they used to put that TT injection for pregnant women. To so much they used to put, that was the newsreel which used to be there before the movie started, and of course, and the national anthem and all. So that one small step actually went to the extent, like people started believing if you take two TT injection, that is the end of your pregnancy testing, and you are done excellent work. I think the same way we need to now reiterate about anemia and the GDM part and keep on harping. We need lot of public awareness programs, be it in front of the movies, in the OTT, then whatever, even in the serials, everywhere, I suppose.
Yeah, again, I think the connection is gone, but Shanta has very well voiced out. Thinking
also, yeah, they will also think that, and they will go back and ask the doctors also. So I think that way we can reach out to the places, where they may not have good obstetric services available.
Sure. Thanks, Shanta, because you've really placed some out-of-the-box thoughts about your own reflections about how about TT was given in the movie theaters, etc. Unusual places, unusual things, and we have to get our act together somehow to see to it that at least the Pahla Kadam of testing being taken, and from there we will evolve into whatever Anilji said. So we are all set for the new mission with a renewed hope that we have come a long way from no coverage and just obvious testing to some coverage and the right kind of testing, and then we move ahead from there with a resolve and a shapath that we will make this happen. Yeah. So we will take, I can't say we'll take it for granted, but we'll humbly accept that you will be one of the strongest forerunners for this mission with implementing the GDM guidelines.
Can I introduce you? This is not your personal agenda. This is the agenda of every obstetrician. And as a FOGSI president, it's my agenda also. So I have to do it. That should be the way
we are not in any manner talking about any personal agendas on any of the forums that we address. We are working with the philosophy of connect and collaborate, which means we are bringing all the collaborators together, each one of them in their positions of power, in the position of distinction, in the position of eminence, will have to put their Pahla Kadam, the first step forward to make things happen. That is what was the tone and tenor of the discussion of this part. By no means one individual can take it upon themselves. We are mature enough and we are aware of that. And the fact that we could have done this from the year 2014 when these guidelines were instituted, already we have reached 2021 and we are sitting at a percentage of 25% of our women, both in the public and private sector, not even having taken the Pahla Kadam of doing this simple one-step test. That is a novel innovation by Dr. Sheshaya, evidence-based, accepted by FIGO, accepted by FOGSI, accepted by Government of India guidelines. We have somewhere to fast-track this initiative And I'm glad that you have also endorsed the support, because from the positions of distinction and eminence, if the clarion call for action does not come, we seldom see any action off the ground, as how it may have probably happened with each one taking one step further, starting from Dr. Purandare, Dr. Gupta, and all other distinguished members here. So that was my humble plea and suggestion to you as a leader, Shanta, and it is definitely not anything personal.
No, Hema. Yeah. My point is, everyone should take it as a personal. Every Foxian should think it is their personal agenda.
That is the so that is the shapath.
That's what I mean. Everyone has to do it.
Each one of us had to be the change that
not
we want
Shanta,
to see.
not Hema, not CN, but every member of Foxy.
Agreed. Everybody. That is why is taking the
everyone's
shapath.
Personal agenda.
Yeah. So everyone is taking the shapath in their own resolve to do their bit to make this agenda and many other agendas for girls and women move forward. So when coming to the close of that, we shift to our specialist colleague, Dr. Sunil Gupta, who is very well aware that everything cannot be done everywhere. We as OBGYNs may say, oh, pregnancy we will look after, but diabetes, Sunilji, you have to see what you can do for us. And we clearly know that numbers don't match, because we have 5 million pregnant women with hyperglycemia. We have a couple of thousands of diabetologists. So what is your vision as the lead role that you're playing in this initiative? What is your shapath towards making multitasking happen with all the multiple stakeholders? Sunilji.
Thank you, Hema, and congratulations to the whole team. And wonderful program, wonderful concepts. Newer things, newer people are joining hands, and that's a very pleasant moment and very promising and very positive kind of aura as far as the care of GDM is concerned. I feel government has done their job, academicians have done their job, we have got the recommendations. What is more important now is implementation of these guidelines into the public, for professionals, for educators, for paramedical staff. Then comes the society, and possibly we'll have to go long way, and we'll have to possibly focus 3-4 different areas when we try to implement such guidelines. And if we expect that a person sitting 1,000 kilometers from Bangalore or from Nagpur, or 500 kilometers, a small village, or someone on the northeast village, even they should be screened for hyperglycemia and pregnancy, for which we need to have a lot of work to be done. One is, it should be divided into urban, rural, and semi-urban groups. So possibly we'll have to focus on those lines. We will have a 3-tier system for doctors also. We have super consultants which are possibly aware of them. Maybe 90% of us they accept, but 10% are still on a different mode. We'll have to possibly work with those 80 to 90% people who are believing on the system, and Government of India guidelines should be followed. And apart from that, we'll have to then possibly focus on clinicians, which is not only obstetric gynec, but also physicians. Then we'll have to go to the primary care physician, which is still spared. It is still remaining with only consultants. And in smaller places, you have a primary care physician with hardly 1 or 2 gynecologists, 1 or 2 physicians in a smaller place. Even there also we have to focus. And this focus can be done only through one single line agenda, and that is education. I feel unless we can do a lot of research, we can come out with a lot of publications, but empowering people with evidence-based knowledge and guidelines and making them to follow this in an aggressive mode, and very rightly you pointed out that we have to take the ownership of it. You have to owe it, that this is my GDM, this is my DIPSI, these are my own guidelines, rather than Dr. Hema's or Dr. Sunil Gupta's or Dr. Shanta's guidelines or Purandare Sir's guidelines. It has to be a ownership of the guideline, ownership of the patient, ownership of the baby who's going to come. It's not someone else's baby, it's our own baby, our own country. And I feel it is very well understood, scientifically evidence-based. It is proved that unless and until you focus fetus. So we have to not only go for the primordial prevention focusing fetus, but we'll have to also go for primary and secondary prevention. So we have to focus fetus for intrauterine environment. And if it comes to a female fetus inside the womb, the quality of ova, that concept has not been discussed anywhere. The poor metabolic environment to the female fetus can be more dangerous, because you are going to have you're going to compromise with the quality of the ovaries and the ovas in the subsequent generation. So we will be very happy to have called that we are 70% of our population is young. But what if suppose now if everyone accepts and has accepted that we have more and more young people coming in our country as diabetics? Gone those days that we, Dr. Jitender Singh gave example, Dr. Seshaya sir also gave example, hardly 1 or 2 cases, and that used to be discussed how this 30 years or 25-year boy or girl has got diabetes. But now you have got people from 20s to 30s, and they are now, if they are women, then again there is a challenge. So you have to train people not only for GDM detection, but also those who are hidden type 2 diabetes. Tell me one again, we were at least 10, 20 people, 17 people sitting in this hall. How many of us have checked our blood glucose when we are less than 30 or less than, even when we are less than 40? We never have checked it. And that concept is still running far behind in the society unless and until they get the symptoms. So it's only the pregnancy which is a golden opportunity that we should detect these women by doing the Government of India guidelines and DIPSI guidelines, and try to detect them and warn them. And then once the job is not over after that. Once they are delivered, very nicely Dr. Anil Kapoor has pointed out that we have to then focus postnatal follow-up. So we have a different system which is going to be focusing that screening GDM ANC clinics, screening in a recommendation with the proper recommendations. Having said that, good control management, then guidelines comes, and then management should be proper. Even if you detect it, if you don't manage it, still I see people are not focusing on 140 and chal jayega na. No, then there was the sense of monitoring. I got a patient from a renowned obstetrician some 3-4 days back. Fasting is 115. नहीं चलता है fasting 115 and 170 post 160 तक आजा चलेगा. That is what was taught to the woman who came to me. So this is still, when it can happen in Nagpur, it can happen anywhere. So I feel we have to have multiple tiers of this system. I'm sorry, the light have gone bad here. So maybe my focus is little dark here, but then you can hear me. So we have to have multiple tier system. We have to focus on pregnant women. We have to focus on during the management part. The clinicians, gynecologists should be focused on target and then pharmacotherapy and other things. Then we have to focus on postnatal follow-up. Then we have to create educators. Educators are much more efficient than we clinicians. Let me again repeat this sentence. Educators are much more efficient to propagate the knowledge and propagate the ideas, and acceptability is better through them versus we as clinicians. We can't really educate, we don't have time. And I feel more and more educators are needed, and we have to maybe focus nutritionists, maybe pharmacists, maybe good quality nurses. I feel everywhere we have to focus. So DIPSI is committed for keeping people empowered with knowledge. We have reached to quite a good level now that we can now, we have everything in hand. We have to disperse it properly, and with the able guidance of Professor Shaya, Hemaji, Gupte sir, Purandare sir, all senior people from gynec segment as well as from our DIPSI segment, I feel we'll be able to do this in a more aggressive mode. Social awareness, what Dr. Shanta madam has said, even that is utmost important. And today, let me also share with you, Madras group of I feel IMA or Madras medical team has published advertisement on the National GDM Day with the photograph of Professor Shaya. I was amazed to see that, and I got that in the Times of India, and I got that picture from Mumbai and not from Madras. Let me also share with you. So Mumbai paper, Dr. Uday Thanawala shared that post with me, and he said, I am feeling so happy about it. I said, if this idea would have given to us earlier, possibly all over India, all of us would have got it done at our level, and this would have become a national kind of. So more such things for awareness is important. And we are dedicated for and committed for all this. Thank you very much, Emma. If I am short of something, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll try my best. We have to also take care of OBGYN, pediatricians, nutritionists, educators, nurses. To some extent, even we have to create a preventive care medicine, which these postnatal people should be handed over to.
जी सुनील जी, आपने तो बहुत कुछ बताया, बहुत किए हुए हैं और बहुत करना बाकी है. इट्स पहला कदम. द टेस्टिंग इज ओनली रियली अ पहला कदम. इतने सिंपल सा टेस्ट डॉक्टर शेषैया ने हमको समझाया है कि सिंगल स्टेप, एक कदम towards doing better for gestational diabetes. Baswal sir, ये इतना सिंपल टेस्ट देने के बावजूद, when we wanted to do a universal testing, they said, oh God, 30 million women who are pregnant every year, and you want us to test them twice? ये नहीं होगा. This is going to be very difficult. Despite those challenges, despite that mindset, you have led the missions where in districts where every single woman has been tested in pregnancy, and we have been able to showcase that as a blueprint or a role model of how it is. So tell us something more about the challenges and the triumphs in the projects that you led around this simple thing of testing itself. So
Hema, thank you very much for inviting me on this panel, on a esteemed panel actually. I will just share with you the journey where how we actually started, and it was a very interesting journey, because in 2014 November the guidelines were made, and actually translating into implementation was a big challenge. Reason being that we had hardly had this. So we started with Japaico as a partner, and we started in Hoshangabad district of MP. This pilot was done, and then we learned that how we can roll it out, right? So these were those initial learning, which helped us in translating and driving it to universal testing in a big way. Now, after that, we also did, in the ministry, we have this good and replicable practices. Every year we held this, workshop where all these, all the states come, all the mission director, principal secretaries are there. Mm-hmm. In that also, in the Indore workshop, we actually, the MP government actually presented this so that people can learn from it. In the later part of it, we also, shared how you can budget it. Then we shared the operational, prepared operational plan. How do we, get this testing done and treatment and all those things were also done. And the challenges initially, were many. Like, for example, initially we didn't have even the 75 gram of glucose available, right? Yeah. And how do you make a jar of 300 ml available in the periphery, in the sub-center? That was another challenge. And of course, how do you wait the woman for 2 hours to get her tested? That was another challenge. And of course, initially you were part of the group that we started with insulin. We didn't, start with the, oral hypoglycemics. So yeah. That was again a challenge. Now, how do you keep the insulin, and how do you motivate the woman to keep taking those insulin shots? But I think the crux is that we have been able to make a dent. More than 10 states have already implemented this. They are running this program. Sure. And more are joining it, because since this has been pushed very hard, and whenever there is a planned meeting of the states, when they come, they are now also coming. So this is made mandatory that you have to start this program, right? So I think 3 more major challenges, which I think is very, very important, is that we do have this testing of 75 gram glucose and that, but I still feel that we need to do some research that how do we test, making it much more easier for people to test, because one of the major challenges is testing, and waiting women for 2 hours, is another big challenge. So how do you motivate people, to get testing and also asking them to wait? The other big challenge is about the treatment part. You know that we have revised the guidelines. You are part of that group where, this and Dr. Sheshaya was also there, that for first 20 weeks, we will have to go over insulin, and then for after 20 weeks, we can safely, move to oral hypoglycemics. So my take is that we need to do some research that how, and I know that in the private sector, oral hypoglycemics are given from even the first week, and whenever the woman comes and you start the oral hypoglycemics. But in the government sector, I think the research is needed that once we are convinced that it doesn't cause any harm, so we can start with that. So my third and last challenge, which is of course a lot of people have already mentioned, Dr. Kapoor has also mentioned, Dr. Purandre has also mentioned, is about the linking of them. Once these women are found out to be GDM, you first follow them up, and then how do you link it to the NCD? Basically NCD also, in my initial when I was there, we did talk with the NCD guys and developed a portal that how do you pull that, whosoever is diagnosed as GDM, how do you pull that data from our data to the NCD portal, so that they are regularly every 5 years or like the initial years they are checked, so that they are being followed up adequately. So this is in a nutshell the entire challenges and our journey was. Thank you very much.
But sir, thank you so much for your presence and deliberating on taking us back to our journey about everything that we went through. It was a hard path, and I'm quite sure that the thought process of thinking has to begin first, and that has rightfully begun, and also finding out our own innovative solutions. And now the last thing that you said, for example, pulling out the data and trying to chase those very patients to have a continuum of care. So with people like you in constant support, I'm very, very sure that Pahla Kadam will move one step at a time, many steps ahead, and we will be together able to do a lot better than what we've already done. So thank you, sir. So the next, reaching the unreached, has always been the thought process of our leader, Dr. Sanjay Gupte, who is also the General Secretary of the World Organization of Gestosis. Gestosis encompasses so many abnormalities that can happen in pregnancy, and we know that there are many friends to GDM. The person with the hyperglycemia may also have hypertension, may also have anemia, may also have another million problems which the obstetrician has to anyways take care. So whoever is seeing this lady, okay, Sanjay, my question to you is, how do you empower her? How do you build the capacity of the healthcare provider across all cadres to see to it that some quality of care, short-term, mid-term, long-term, is instituted to every girl, every woman? Dr. Gupte.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emma. Let me first start with my pranams to the Dhawan and the Bhishma Pitama on his birthday today, Professor Sheshaya. Pranam, sir, really, for it's nice to see you on your birthday here on this platform, and all the eminent people. Greetings to all of them: Dr. Purandare, Dr. Dinesh Baswal, Dr. Anil Kapoor, Dr. Sunil, my friend, Dr. Miraji, and all, and Dr. Shanta, of course, the incoming leader of ours. Now, Emma, you brought out a very important point that yes, the gestational diabetes and preeclampsia may appear to be distinct entities, but actually they have a lot of things in common. Basically the risk factors are very much common, and we know that preeclampsia develops in patient who has gestational diabetes. That's a risk factor. But we also have to know that a patient who gets in as a primipara preeclampsia is likely to get gestational diabetes in her next pregnancy, and that also has been proved. So these two go hand in hand. Not only that, in the long run, the complications of both these processes, especially cardiovascular issues, developing gestational diabetes later on, remain common. So they are, and of course anemia is an additional risk factor for preeclampsia also, as you rightly pointed out. Now, so coming to empowering the woman, and here I would like, especially as Dinesh Baswalji is there and all of you are there, one experiment that has been done by some of a group of youngsters who are working in Palghar area, and what they are actually and have been incubated at IIT Mumbai. They're a group of just 4 or 5 people. They have come up with a simple solution, as you said, empower the ASHA worker especially. And what they have done is they have prepared a kit. This kit has a particular type of BP apparatus which gives you the different signals of red, yellow and green. Then they have a digital hemoglobinometer. They also have a glucometer and of course a weighing scale, a fetal Doppler, some urine strips and measuring tape and a stethoscope. And these ASHA workers are put just in 1 week's proper training, they are able to make up all this. And there's an app where they can fill up these values, and this can go to a primary health center medical officer, and from there, the high-risk patients can directly be informed to the district setup also. And this has been supported in the district of Palghar, and they have, believe me, actually through these ASHA workers and actually screened 100,000 women in 6 months' time. So huge amount of work, and this is how we can really reach the population that we want. No matter how much, yes, everything else.
Sanjay, so this is the finest example of task shifting which you have got it in front of us, and point of care. It's simple. Even semi-skilled person can actually offer the care, and a lot more can be done than the traditional way of care.
We should support this group. It's not going to cost a lot, but together in all the organizations take this up and support this group in every district. I think we will actually reach where we want to reach. So, that's such innovations we have to really support.
I think, Sanjay, that was one of the most brilliant inputs that we've had on the panel today, because it is something so feasible, so doable, and it is just waiting for us to take it on and do, because I'm aware of many other groups across the country who are also offering this Bluetooth-based, the technology-based inputs directly from the doorstep of a person to the specialist practitioner. So we will definitely seriously look at it. So thank you again for your inputs and your participation. I'll swing back to Dr. Meeraji. It's easy for us to say a woman doesn't come for checkup, she doesn't do this, she doesn't do that. We have 100 million complaints against her. But the way you have always looked at it, being very, very sensitive to the real problems that this woman can have beyond her medical problems, as in the sensitivity of the gender bias, gender inequality, the educational status, the access to healthcare itself, lot many more things which challenge her. And what from your organization, WWW Foundation, is your thought and vision to get her into our fold, to do our best for her? Meeraji.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Hema, for inviting me for such a vital subject, which is a great concern. At the outset, I would like to correct that India is no more the capital. Capital has shifted to China, and we have become number 2. So we don't want to become number 2 even. So we have to come down. Am I audible, Hema?
Yeah. Yes, Meeraji.
So we are not capital as yet, and we will never be capital. With these efforts, we will never be capital. First of all, we must think what is our target. Our target is to catch at the youngest form, whether it is the patient is pregnant or she is not pregnant. So we have to divide the group into 4 or 5 groups. For example, pre-pregnancy checkup, adolescent girl, taking permission of the schools that yes, we want to check these girls. And this permission has to be given by the district magistrate with the help of the parents. Unless this test permit is there, we cannot test them, number one. Then there is a antenatal care, which we are talking about for checking up the gestational diabetes. Whatever is the age of gestation, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 10 weeks, whenever she comes, that is our first test, giving 75 gram of the glucose and testing her. Then comes the postnatal period. After postnatal period, patient may not be positive even for this thing, but she has to be in our aura. We have to just check. We have to check the baby. We have got 1,000 days to extend our clinical support to her, because this baby may become diabetes later on, whatever it is. Then comes the newborn checkup. In our setup, we have got a pediatrician also who looks after it. So one by one we have to look after. In the younger PCOS girls, they come to you. So what is to be done? We are not reaching everybody. In our clinic, hundreds of the girls may be coming and many more may not be there. Only a little percentage will be there. So what we have done, Hema, that according to the Pradhan Mantri's Yojana, Surakshit Matritva Yojana, with a unique number given to the obstetrician and gynecologist, my number is 07095, is given all over the country. We have to talk of the whole of the country. And on that particular day when they are testing, they are given a form. In that form, they will check up in their clinics, and a van is made. Suppose I am in Urai, one center, and I have got a van which will go to the remote areas. This time this area, this time that area, this time that area. So one particular doctor will be covering whole of the areas around, and it is not hemoglobin, it is not only blood pressure, everything will be tested. And Dr. Sanjay was telling, we have to have a multifold. These girls may have anything. So this is what is there. Then how will it be done? This van will be working through ASHA workers at the root. Then it will be for Anganwadi, then A&M, and then it will come to the primary health center. Our van may be there standing at the primary health center or at one of the slum of the areas. So whole of the country has got a network when it is a health at your doorstep. That is one thing which we can cap, and we have started it and we are getting success in it. You will not believe that in Corona period, we have detected 25 patients of the Corona, anemic patients, diabetic patients, in a small area of 150 patients where these old people were staying. So that is how we make a, filter out these things to work for it. So that is what is the aim of the WW Foundation. Of course, I agree with it. Swasth, Shiksha and Swavilamban, they are the basic facts which will work. If I am educated, I will talk to you. If I am uneducated, even if you come to my doorstep, I may deny to talk. So education is very, very important, whether it is through the cinema, it is through the newspaper, or it is through advertisement anywhere, rickshaws, cycles and so on. So that is how you perspire the thing all around, and you can catch hold of them in the youngest phase. That is what doorstep health is being continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Meera ma'am. Because always, when we interact with you, there's always such a sense of positivity and such a sense of hope that you're always talking about solutions, what better we can do. And when we say this panel is titled Pahla Kadam, Kadam by Kadam, step by step, you've reached their doorstep through the wheels on wellness that you have envisaged, and you've actually made it happen. So not only congratulations to you, but thank you for giving us these ideas which are implementable in pockets by pockets. Slowly we cover the entire nation and we move ahead together. The feet on street soldier, Dr. Rajesh Jain. How else can I introduce you to our audience? You are right out there in the battlefield in Uttar Pradesh with the World Diabetic Foundation initiatives. For a long tenure, lakhs and lakhs of women, you have tested and figured out how to cross the barriers and challenges. Tell us some of your experience in conclusion of this panel. I can already see that our very esteemed, accomplished panelists are waiting for the next session as well. So Rajesh, you'll have the last word. Yeah.
Thank you, Hemaji. Thank you for inviting me for this wonderful day, because this is the birthday of Dr. Visheshaya, which we celebrate as the GDM Awareness Day. And I'm very happy to be the part of this. Actually, we started this program as a pilot in Kanpur in 2012 to 14. So this was a WDF funded project. So that was the single district we have taken in the Kanpur. So where we have screened around 57,000 pregnant women for a single OGTT test with 75 gram of glucose. That is also called DIPSI test. So outcome of this trial was great. It was not a trial, it was a study actually. So we were able to cover in 10 blocks these pregnant women where we have employed some monitors, those who were going there and screening to the CHCs and PHCs. So out of this study, the outcome was 13.6% prevalence of GDM. So this alarmed the government actually. And after that, the government planned for the 18 district project for the GDM, and that was launched in 2016. And in the next phase, the 36 district and now the 50 district is being covered under this program. So since then, we have screened around 1 million pregnant women, and our prevalence here is around 15%. So in the rural area, it is 9%, and in the urban area, is almost 14 to 15%, just double. So UP is doing great in the sense because there is a government bill, okay, and because in the maternal health segment, this has already come in 2016. So now the best part of this is that there is now a state government policy as a guidelines they have issued to every PHC, CSC in a local language, that is Hindi. So we are doing 2 tests during the pregnancy, and after 6 weeks of the post-pregnancy, there is a postpartum screening is also going on. But because of the COVID, there is some reservations now, and we will be able to catch it very quickly. So second part was the training part, because we have trained around 10,000 ANMs under this project. And every ANM has been given a glucometer, 75 gram of the glucose, strips, plenty of strips, and she can screen in the decentralized manner, like in sub-center or in a place where sub-center is not there. She can collect in the VHND session to these pregnant women. So around 70 to 80% of this pregnant women is screened by the ANM actually. So this is means the decentralized program. And rest of the 30% is at the PHC, CSC and the district hospital. So later on the Tata Trust came and trained them for a tab. So now the ANM is getting training for the this computerized tab where she can enroll all those 6 tests like HP, HIV, okay, hemoglobin, VDRL tests and other tests. So now this ANM is more empowered now. So we will be getting in the same day all the tests which has been done in the periphery, and the result will be put in the portal. And the next part was basically the sustaining this program. Okay, so during the sustaining program, the retraining is the issue because we are not able to retrain all those ANMs. There are 45,000 ANMs in the UP. So the scale of the program is quite big in the UP actually. And the next issue we had in the program was the postpartum screening. Okay, that was around 10%, which is very less. So we are not able to basically follow up all those pregnant women, those who were diagnosed with GDM. Okay, so around 90% we are failing in the further follow-up after the pregnancy, which is a very crucial part of this program. And now comes some of the problem in the program, like the erratic supply of the glucose packets. So we have glucometers, we have plenty of strips, there is no scarcity of that. But the glucose packets, because they have to go through the tendering process. Okay, so sometimes tender take 4 months, 6 months. Okay, so delay is there. So what I mean to say that in the district level, the hospital, CHC is doing it, but the ANM is not getting those 75 gram of the glucose. So that is one of the biggest issue of this program. So which we are basically putting it in the front of the government and the health ministry and trying to sort it out. Yeah. And the second and the most important part of this program was the awareness. because you see the awareness is lacking in Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh is low in several parameters like education of the girls, okay, the empowerment of the women, and so many other issues. So awareness activity we were doing in 2 times in a year, like in the World Diabetes Day, all the blocks, all the CHC, all the district CMO has been given a letter by the state health authority that you have to basically plan a World Diabetes Day. So during that World Diabetes Day, you have to do certain activity like, a rally where NCC, NSS cadets come. And I was happy because there are a lot of NCC and NSS girls used to come during these programs. And Dr. Anil Kumpur has once visited our program in the Lucknow, where he found 70% were the girls actually. Okay. So it's not that we cannot bring the girls or the women, because girls is going to become the women in the future. And if we stress more on the girls part, then I think this GDM can be very easy to implement. Okay, so now the GDM day has come for the last 3 years. So we are organizing some activities with the NHM. Okay, this year it was not possible because of the COVID. So what I mean to say, the awareness is very important. And later on, we implemented this wellness program to the girls, especially those who are getting education in the colleges. Because as previous speaker also mentioned, the ovum quality, Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Sunil already given the importance to the ovum quality. So that is going to improve when we tell the college girls, okay, to get exercise, go for the exercise, taking vegetable fruits. Now we already know that taking vegetable and fruits reduces all cause mortality. So we have now evidence. So what I mean to say that we are not able to cover all in a big way, but we are trying to catch up. Because of the corona, we have to resume again our activities. Okay. So I think we can catch it up after corona, and we can reach to at least to the place where we were 1 year before. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rajeshji, because you have mentioned your battle also in such a smooth way that you have managed to, with your willpower, combat all those battles. And where I said you have jumped the hurdles, moved ahead, and then the scale, the tens and thousands of ASHA workers who have been empowered, and you are at it because you know that still this is a unfinished agenda and a mission which is on its way to be accomplished. So on my own behalf and on behalf of
one line more. In Kanpur, myself and Rajesh, we have arranged one of the biggest health mela ever in Kanpur, where 5,000 to 6,000 patients have attended, and there was a special shop for testing the sugar, and Rajesh with his shoulder bag running from here to there, and it was a unique thing. That is how big melas where we can just propagate. I think he was remembering it. That was the first thing which he had introduced for the in Kanpur. Rajesh,
thank you, ma'am. Many such melas in many such places. That is the SHAPATH for today. 1,000-day journey will witness many such things. So in conclusion, I may say that we started with the global leader, Dr. C.N. Purandare, who said how important it is for us to merge different specialities, work with a single focus vision. Then the national leader, Dr. Shanta Kumari, who said there are many ways that each one of us can contribute and move ahead several steps in a fast track mode to make this happen. Dr. Sunil Gupta, who then said that we need a multi-layer approach with all kinds of healthcare providers taking their best step, and Sanjay came up with the ideas of what is available to us both with technology and point of care, and Meeraji, of course, as usual, making things already happen. The wheels that she is running in Uttar Pradesh near about Kanpur will reach every nook and corner, the last mile as we call it, to reach every girl, every woman. Baswalji, who has again re-endorsed that we will not look back, we will strengthen and support the implementation initiatives, and concluding of course with Rajesh, who can share the real life experiences to help us move several steps further. And Meeraji, you're right. We know that China is the capital and India is progressing very fast to beat China to become the capital. That's why this was named Pahla Kadam. We will not allow India to become the diabetic capital. We will not allow the second place to become first. In fact, we'll make the second place go far, far behind and catch up, as the word was used. So we will end this panel with a positive note and a very heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished panelists who have spent their valuable time, because the typical discussions that we have amidst our own community of specialists is later in the afternoon when one slot of the consultations are over and before we move to the evening slots. But they have today specially plucked out their time for this very important deliberation, Pahla Kadam, and taken a resolve or a shapath. The next 1,000 days is a seemingly long journey, but one step at a time. That's what makes us move forward. And I do hope that at the end of 1,000 days, we will have different statistics to speak on, whilst we then continue to the next 1,000 days with a renewed change with the lessons learned to make this world a better place. Namaskar and thank you very much. Over to Anisha, Nayar, Dhawan now, who will be leading the panel with yet another set of my very beloved and distinguished friends and colleagues, not only from the OBGYN sector, but also from the endocrine and from the nutrition sector and the leaders of our organization as well. Anisha, all yours. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vibhakar, for steering this very important discussion, and a big thank you to all the guests who have taken the time out to come for this discussion and talk to us about the progress that is being made to ensure that gestational diabetes is something that we deal with hands-on and ensure that our mothers and our babies are safe. Thank you so much for joining us. We have spoken about GDM, and the rate in India is 26.3%, which is the highest in the world. For gestational diabetes, the rate is the highest in the world. India is at the second highest number of the people living with diabetes as well. Now, as a lifestyle issue, diabetes is a serious non-communicable disease, and this is our effort to increase the awareness about the serious condition during pregnancy so that we can mitigate the risk to the health of the mother and the baby. This mega initiative is part of SHAPATH, 1,000 days advocacy roadmap charted out by IHW Council, where we have committed to nearly a 3-year-long mission to improve child and maternity health for healthy women, healthy child, and healthy India. Now, many people believe that GDM is just a matter of a few months during pregnancy, and once the baby is in your arms, diabetes is done and dusted with. Some studies have now shown that women who have GDM are at a higher risk of developing diabetes later in life. For many, GDM can be considered a transient unmasking of an underlying predisposition to diabetes induced by the metabolic changes of pregnancy. Now, recognition of this predisposition to diabetes may provide patients the information and the incentive to undertake lifestyle changes and reduce their diabetes risk. It also encourages regular screening for diabetes so that intervention can begin well before the harmful end organ effects of diabetes kicks in. So, are we educating women enough about GDM? Can we proactively take glucose testing during pregnancy to them, explain to them the risk, and then how to protect themselves to detect GDM early and treat it? What innovations are underway to nip GDM in the bud? Please welcome our esteemed speakers who will be discussing this and more. Please welcome Dr. Zareen Delawar Hussain, Managing Director and CEO of Integra Pharma. She's joining us all the way from Bangladesh. Dr. Bharti Kulkarni, Senior Deputy Director, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. Dr. Mandakini Meg, Chairperson, Indian College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists. Dr. Usha Sriram, Founder Divas, and the Head of the Department of Diabetes and Endocrinology, Voluntary Health Services, Chennai. Dr. Sebanki Ghosh, Program Director of Alive and Thrive, India. And Dr. Jaydeep Malhotra, Director, Rainbow IVF, and founder of iMums app. Warm welcome to all of you for joining us on this very important discussion. Let me come to you, Dr. Sriram. I want to understand from you, why are Indians predisposed to having diabetes, and why is gestational diabetes such a huge problem for us? Could you tell us, is it our diets? Is it something to do with our race? Why do we see such a huge incidence of diabetes in our country? And during pregnancy, why is this GDM problem on the rise?
Thank you so much, Anisha, and I'm really first so grateful for being included in this panel, and thank Hema for this opportunity. So you have asked the, what can I say, the billion-dollar question. So why are people in India so prone to diabetes? And also we can extend that and ask, why are women in India so prone to gestational diabetes? I think, one is an extension of the other. Why are we so prone to diabetes? It's a combination, and also because it's in the last 2 to 3 decades that we have seen this huge jump. So we cannot pin it all on genetics because genes haven't changed much in 3 decades. So it's largely lifestyle. It is the urbanization, globalization, the change in the kind of work we do, which is a sedentary lifestyle. Food is available in plenty. And then there are other drivers of diabetes, particularly in women, like polycystic ovary syndrome and gestational diabetes and stress. And now to add to that, even poverty has become a driver of diabetes, which in many metros in India, the poor are having more diabetes than the rich. Largely lifestyle, which is why 75% of diabetes is preventable. As far as women having gestational diabetes, again, it's a combination of older moms and heavier moms and a strong, family history. Their parents may have diabetes, a sedentary lifestyle, and stress, which is also a driver of diabetes. So all of this adds up. But and again, gestational diabetes, I think, should be really addressed before the woman becomes pregnant, and then of course definitely after she's had the baby, because the next pregnancy is again a low-hanging fruit that we can address. So in addition to what we do during pregnancy, a lot of education before these young women become pregnant, and as we go along, I can talk about what in Divas we're doing about that.
All right. I'd like to come to you, Dr. Mandakini Naik. You're the chairperson of the Indian College of Obstetrics and Gynaecology, and you're closely related with the government of Maharashtra as well. Now, ma'am has said that we need to talk to women about this issue because it impacts them. But, just talking when you visit the doctor, just public hospitals talking about this, will it help solve the problems? What are your thoughts between, on bridging the gap between private and the public sector to take care of diabetes during pregnancy? Dr. Naik would request you to unmute yourself. You're on mute.
First of all, I'd like to thank Hema for inviting me to this very prestigious panel and very, critical subject of the diabetes. We've been listening to all the experts since morning. Anisha, thank you very much for putting up that question. No government program. If you see at the reproductive child health program, family welfare program, any program for that matter cannot be implemented properly without the help of the private sector. As you see that private sector has got its own advantages, benefits, and also a lot of technical, advances as compared to the government structure in the civil hospital and the rural hospital. So what I want to say that whenever we make a program, And this particular program, which is a NCD program, non-communicable diseases, which includes the diabetes, is a major component of the program, has a wing in which the World Bank, Ministry of Health, Family Welfare, Niti Aayog, everybody is having that one particular, section of the public-private partnership. And this public-private partnership may be taken from, say, increasing the awareness, as Dr. Meera Agnihotri has said in the previous one, increasing the awareness, talking to the women, counseling, then to the actually screening, then to the treatment, and then the last maybe in the serious cases. So at this 4 level, we require the help of there should be a collaboration as a public-private partnership, definitely. But what I want to say, there is a reverse facility when the 70% of the rural population is in the rural area, while only 30% of facilities are available, and in the urban area, we have almost 68 to 70%. So this balance we have to actually do, and I think Government of India is giving a lot of funding for this involvement of the public-private partnership. And one more thing I just want to say, that telemedicine and telehealth, because of the post-COVID, where the NCD diabetes has increased so much, the telemedicine and telehealth is also emerging as an important component to be operated by the private sector. So there are many other issues also, but I will come on a little later also. So this is very important. Yeah. So I think I have said that without public-private partnership or the private sector involvement, we can't do. And at FOGSI, we have proved that EMOC program, strengthening of the rural hospital by providing specialist services, also has been very beneficial and a successful model of the public-private partnership. So thank you, Anisha. Yeah.
Right. Dr. Hussain, would you like to weigh in here, come in and tell us how the private sector can help in, management of diabetes amongst pregnant women? Because, Dr. Make is saying there has to be a partnership. The government is doing a lot. Maternity healthcare in India is important. The government has sanctioned funds, ANMs are being trained. This is something that is, maternal and infant health is something that the government is concentrating on. Yet, we are seeing that proper diagnosis is not happening. Gestational diabetes is rampant. So, what more can be done so that maybe the private sector can come in here? Would you like to perhaps share with us how you think the private sector can help? You make the drugs. Should you then emphasize on the use of the drugs? Should you emphasize on lifestyle changes? How can the private sector come in here? Dr. Hussain, would request you to please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Anisha, for having me here. It indeed is quite a burning, and I would say a silent issue, not only in Bangladesh and India, but for India, you have come up a long way. Bangladesh is the highest in terms of having diabetes, is number 10 in the country. And the statistics shows that if we do not address to it, in 2020, 2 million people will suffer from diabetes. So talking about gestational diabetes, yes, I have heard the previous panelists talking about the awareness. It's not only the awareness, it's about just a second, I'm just getting a it's not about the awareness. The government is, we have Diabetic Association working, and we have private organizations, but none at a scale to combine so many diabetic or undiagnosed diabetic to be diagnosed. So gestational diabetes stays quite a burning issue, because before I've changed my orbit. I was an anesthesiologist, and often I would see in government hospital that big babies were delivered, and often the obstetricians would say that yes, maybe it's a diabetic. It was then they would test. So before doing even that, we need to advocate. We need to partner with the private associations, private hospitals to have a screening test. And it is not only about urban, it's also about in the rural areas where they need to go for the antenatal checkup. The advocacy program can help them understand that they need to do that. It's not that delivering at home by the midwifery will solve all problems, but it is the start of all problems. From having diabetes undiagnosed, from having VVF, vesicovaginal fistula, we need to advocate. So I would say Bangladesh is working, but not at a scale where India is doing like 1,000-day SHAPATH. I am taking a lot of takeaway from this session, that how best we can reach to lower the incidence of diabetes. And I think private sectors do play a heavy role, because it's not about only making benefits and profits and things like that. You need to do something for the population, where we are 180 million. And as I said, we are the 10th largest in having diabetes. And if it's not diagnosed, it may reach to, in 2020, there is a prediction from the World Diabetic Association that we will reach to 2 million people having diabetes.
Yeah, that's quite a stupendous number. We need to act now before things go completely out of hand. So we are discussing how the private and the public sector can come on this together, because a healthy nation works in everybody's favor. Dr. Sivanti Ghosh is with us. She's Program Director of Alive and Thrive. Dr. Ghosh, what is the vision and the mission of Alive and Thrive? And what can all of us, learn from the work that you're doing?
Very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Hema, for giving me this opportunity to be part of such a distinguished panel with so many eminent speakers here. And thank you, Anisha, for asking me this question. To start with, I would say that I come from a public health background. And our organization, it's a technical support initiative. So Alive and Thrive is a multi-year global initiative, and we are hosted at FHI Solutions, and we work towards saving lives, preventing illness, and ensuring health and well-being, particularly among women, infants, and young children. So that's our vision. And when it comes to our mission, we work for strengthening the policies and programs, and particularly the system that would deliver on the policies and programs, so that women and children at the last mile, they have all the relevant health and nutrition related services. They are enabled to access those services that they need for their health and well-being. So this is our mission, and we work through two approaches. It's both the system strengthening and a social and behavior change focused approach, so that, as I said, the policy, the programs, they reach a coverage which is with quality and equity, so that we are not leaving any woman, any infant or young child behind. This is to start with. And if I look into the learnings that the initiative has, we started off almost in 2008-9, and we had started off to showcase how at scale you can implement with quality maternal and infant and young child nutrition services and change behaviors at scale. So we built on the global learnings, which included Bangladesh as one of our learning sites. We had Vietnam in Southeast Asia, and also Ethiopia in Africa, beyond. So based on that work that we did in our phase 1, we moved into phase 2 and moved across countries in Southeast Asia, a greater geography in South Asia, which included South Asia. And what we see is important is how you integrate maternal nutrition, infant and young child nutrition in the existing health and nutrition program platform delivery. You use evidence and you create an ecosystem where everyone, starting right from the woman who is at the center, and you move up with the frontline workers through the health system right up to the policy and also the family and the community. We have this multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral, evidence-based approach, and you continuously progress, review your own progress, track where you really need to intervene. So that
but Dr. Ghosh, that would mean taking a lot of people along with you,
Yes.
I want to come to Dr. Kulkarni on this. Now, ma'am, we want your advice on, what is happening with the diet and nutrition bit. Now, I will speak of my experience. I had gestational diabetes in my first pregnancy, and I was just told your sugar is too high. Injection लगाओ, उसको control में रखो, नहीं तो baby पे effect होता है. Nobody told me why I got it. I got my regular executive checks done. I never had a sugar problem. The 3-month sugar was very well controlled. Yes, during my pregnancy, it was a complicated one. I was laid up on the bed. Now, Dr. Kulkarni, for women in India, pregnancy is a time everyone will dote on you and everyone will give you 1,000 pieces of advice whether you want it or not. Mother-in-law also like घी वाले तिल के लड्डू खिलाओ, आपको स्ट्रॉन्ग करना है, ये खिलाओ स्ट्रॉन्ग करना है, प्रोटीन खिलाओ, घी खिलाओ, स्ट्रॉन्ग करना है. अब ये करते करते जेस्टेशनल डायबिटीज हो गया और फिर हम इंजेक्शन लगा रहे. तो व्हाट इज द मिडल ग्राउंड? आपने मदर को तो बता दिया कि ऐसे ऐसे करना है. अब मदर का अकेला कुछ डिसीजन नहीं है. एवरीबॉडी इन द फैमिली सो एक्साइटेड, बेबी इज कमिंग. So, Dr. Ghosh is talking about, taking real learnings, but to take so many people along. How do you counsel on diet and nutrition so that, the message drills down, you got to eat healthy and you got to be watchful? And why? What did I do that, I got gestational diabetes? Can I stop myself for doing something that I don't get gestational diabetes?
Yeah, thank you, Anisha, for this question. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Hema for inviting me to be here in this August panel. Coming to your question, I think there are a number of misconceptions around what women should eat during pregnancy. And traditional saying is that a pregnant woman should eat for 2. And that is, I think, quite a big misconception, because if we see the nutritional requirements of pregnant women versus non-pregnant women, in fact, it's like just 350 kilocalories which she requires extra. Whereas the nutritional requirements of women who breastfeed their infants are much higher than the pregnant women. But this is somehow misunderstood, and the nutritional requirements of a woman during pregnancy also depend on her pre-pregnancy nutritional status. So women who are already obese before starting their pregnancy, in fact, they require much lower weight gain during pregnancy. Women who are undernourished, they require larger weight gain during pregnancy. So I think there is a blanket advice for the pregnant women to eat for 2. I think that is a big misconception. And what is required is because the baby is growing and the requirements of high quality protein are more, because baby's muscles are being built. So the requirements are more for specific nutrients, but this especially high energy food such as ghee is actually causing excessive weight gain during pregnancy, and women are not able to lose that weight because a pregnant woman is ideal weight gain during pregnancy is around 12 kilograms. The baby optimal weight is around 3 to 3.5. So the remaining weight is the tissue expansion for the mother, including increased blood volume is one component, but there is fat gain also during pregnancy, and this fat which is gained during pregnancy is supposed to be mobilized during lactation, because the women, when they breastfeed their babies, their nutritional requirements are high, but this is like sort of dysregulated when you have excessive weight gain, and many women find it very hard to lose the weight which was gained during pregnancy. So when we look at women, they tend to gain some amount of weight during each pregnancy, and it becomes postpartum weight retention has become a big problem nowadays. So I think the nutrition counseling should start from the pre-pregnancy stage, because in India we have triple burden of malnutrition. In the urban areas we have overweight and obesity, which is rising very rapidly, whereas in the underprivileged sections, we still have high prevalence of undernutrition, anemia. Almost 1 in 2 women have anemia. So this needs to be corrected. So what we have is triple burden of malnutrition, and I believe the solution lies in taking care of women before pregnancy as much as during pregnancy, and that component is missing. So if pre-pregnancy period is focused and women are screened for their nutritional problems and appropriate actions are taken, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Malhotra, can the iMoms app then come to the rescue of moms who have so much advice heaped onto them? Can they just show the app and say, this is best for me? I know, this app is telling me, so let me listen to the app. Is that going to be the solution?
Thank you, Anisha, and thank you, Hema, for this opportunity. I just wanted to say that, I am a third generation gynecologist in my family. I've headed like almost 6 organizations in the country and the world, and always felt that my time given to my patient is a problem. And the kind of information which I would like to give to the patient, I am not doing justice to it. And most of the times the patients also felt, and they would take, information from the Google, their friends, their family, and so on. So what is right? That's what you are asking me. Nobody actually knew. So we had like 2 issues in our head. One was to give the right information and the counseling, how to counsel the patient to our fraternity, our doctors. And that is also not going to suffice, because pregnancy today has become like a multidisciplinary thing. You're looking at nutrition, you're looking at yoga, exercise, and so many, like you need to take help of so many people. And where is it time for these young nuclear family, pregnant women to go hop from one clinic to the other and ask and, wait for long hours and then also not get the right information. So the basis of the app was basically that, to give you the right information from the right people on everything which includes making the journey of pregnancy very holistic and blissful with evidence-based medicine. So we basically, brought in the app and I started developing it, and COVID proved to be a boon. Because during the COVID period, so many questions started coming in. So we built in 3 programs on that. One was like preconception, one was motherhood, and we've just recently added baby care on later on. And we have like hundreds of people who are associated with us. We have 1,000 gynecologists who would address all these problems which are really going to come, questions which are coming in patients' minds. We have yoga specialists, meditation, nutritionists, holistic healers. And the app is based on 2 important things which are very, very important for today's session. One is like, fetal origin of adult diseases, which we all know, like if you're diabetic, your chances during a pregnancy, your chances of having diabetes are going to be much higher in the next 5 years. and also you're going to pass it on to your future 2 generations. So there is a fetal origin of adult diseases. And second important thing is Garbh Sanskar, where we want that not only apart from the diseases, the psychology, the neurocognition of the babies, and the personality of the child all develop, all the foundations are laid in utero. So this app is basically based on that. So I just wanted to show you, and this is like an opportunity for all pregnant women because they have access to the right kind of knowledge. Like let me put an example for diabetes. Now if somebody is diabetic diet, now they don't know which fruits to eat. And a lot of people, I would say, oh, don't eat mangoes, eat papaya. Next question pops in, can I have papaya? Papaya is not good for pregnancy. My mother-in-law won't let me eat. Now, what is the right information about nutrition? It's all there on the app. And when you open the app, there are many activities, if you will see here, which are there, right from yoga, diet plan, the music which you'd like to hear, talk to your baby, the bonding exercises. The idea is that you have a comprehensive knowledge about what to do, first thing. Secondly, a pregnant woman can time herself on what she wants to do at what time. Because many a times, when we do antenatal classes for our patients in our clinics, they can't attend because they have their jobs to do or their children are going to school. So here they can time themselves. Then we have like a premium version on the app. The basic version is free, but the premium version, you can have, guides, health coaches with you who can actually, time themselves according to your needs and many other things. So this is like, and I'm very happy to tell you that the app won the Pradhan Mantri's Atmanirbhar app challenge very recently. It comes to the patients in 2 languages right now, English and Hindi. We are going to go multilingual. We are going global also, and we have almost about 2 lakh women who are logged on to us, which also is in a very, very short span of time. And there are many sessions, like we coach people, like how to prepare yourself when you go to the hospital, how to breastfeed, postpartum program, contraception. There are lots and lots of things which, keeps the woman engaged through all the preconception, then the journey of pregnancy and later on. So, which I am sure none of the gynecologists and none of the pregnant women can actually avail. So this has been, I think, the most wonderful thing which probably any pregnant woman can download free of cost and have the right kind of evidence-based education and awareness which is possible. Because see, educating doctors is not enough. We have to reach out to women. Because unless and until they are aware, nothing is going to happen.
Right, definitely.
Each doctor cannot educate on all the aspects.
I understand. You can't keep bothering your doctors with repeated queries, which you will have many when you're pregnant. And some doctors, in some cases, don't even share their numbers because they also want to devote their time to each patient, which they think they can do in the best way. Dr. Srinath, now we have an app, where you can get all the information. During my pregnancy, my friend circle was my best, sounding board because we were 4 friends pregnant together. One had just delivered, and we had a lot of information to share with each other. But Dr. Srinath, why is this such a problem in India? Is it because it's not diagnosed in time? As a pregnant woman, can I figure out on my own that something is wrong? Are doctors missing something somewhere when they do an ultrasound? Because as much as I understand, sugar tests are a normal part of the diagnostics, the regular tests that women must go through. Where are the gaps here?
I think, thank you for asking me that, again, a very, very important question. Thank you so much. So I think, see, gestational diabetes happens in this 10-15% of people that we've been talking about, or even a little bit more in certain, urban high-risk clinics. It's even higher. And it's happening because these women are having certain challenges like their body is not able to match the normal higher demands on insulin requirement. That's part of normal pregnancy. So this is what is happening, to these women. And like I said, their risk factors could be everything from being a little, over 25, or family history, or sedentary lifestyle, being overweight, and at least high history of high blood pressure, or pre-pregnancy having things like pre-diabetes, which is very high in our young women now of reproductive age. So what happens to them as soon after they become pregnant, and we are supposed to screen them as soon as they come to us at first booking. It used to be only at 24 to 28 weeks, but now we know all these women who are having pre-diabetes and other, who are overweight, they're walking into the pregnancy with abnormal sugars, which then becomes gestational diabetes. So number one, every pregnant woman has to be checked at first booking, 100%. And every pregnant woman, because previously we used to do selective screening. Now it's universal screening. No debate over that. And no debate over everybody should be screened at first booking. And if they're negative at that time, they should be screened at 24 to 28 weeks. And if they're negative at that time and they're high risk, again at 32 to 34 weeks. So all this has been laid out, no more debates in that, and all OBGYNs know that. Where, what we need to do is this, empower women, the young women who are planning a pregnancy. And I want to just take that page from Dr. Jaideep Malhotra, that we need to empower women before they get pregnant about, this high risk, and so that they get healthier and they walk into the pregnancy. That's a what can I say? That's a big dream and aspirational, but we should aim for that. But otherwise, as soon as they walk into the pregnancy, if we catch them early and then counsel them on proper nutrition, and one aspect which is, I think, I would like to emphasize is how much weight can a pregnant woman gain throughout the pregnancy and during each trimester. That is not something that we, emphasize. And I think it's a matter of maybe, time and other things that we need to sit down and spend time with them on. And you brought that up about your own pregnancies. A lot of information about how much weight are they allowed to gain, and how much in each trimester, and what are the consequences if they gain too much weight, and what can they do, how active should they be, and do's and don'ts. And I think this app is going to be very helpful for that, and how to lower their stress, and then this concept of eating for two, and what their moms or grandmoms or great grandmoms did doesn't apply to us anymore. And I explained to the patients, your grandmother was somewhere between 14 and 15, 16 when they got married and got pregnant. They were young girls and their health was poor. Health care was poor. We've crossed all those hurdles now. Now our girls are older, heavier, have all the information, and healthcare is so much better. In Chennai, something, institution delivery is way up. So we have crossed those burdens. So I think what we need to do is, it's not we need to do campaigns, massive campaigns, national level campaigns that will tell people about the importance of gestational diabetes. And people like Dr. Anil Kapoor and Professor Seshaya have been also saying that gestational diabetes is the mother of all future non-communicable diseases. I think we should keep that in mind. Yeah. So
that is true. We need to talk about it, and not just when a woman gets pregnant, but before that. But Dr. Meek, what I want to know is, even if I'm aware, there is no one size fits all. In my first pregnancy, when I had gestational diabetes, I gained only 8 kgs. Only 8 kgs. My friend, her BMI was, was on the lower side. She gained 20 kgs in her first pregnancy. Pregnancy 1, 2, all done. No diabetes, no problem. I gained only 8 kgs. Yet I had gestational diabetes. I was 5 months on the bed, maybe that was one of the reasons. Now, Dr. Vivek, what I want to understand from you, some women, there is no one size fits all. Then urban women may have their own issues, but you see women from all over the country. Lifestyle is being blamed, but in villages, women still have an active life. They will go to the fields, they will do the work, they will do everything. Then being pregnant, yes, nutrition, they may not be counseled on, they may not, even bother too much about it. Where are the gaps? In a setting like India, where our population is in tier 2, tier 3 in villages, क्या हो रहा है? मतलब सब तो बिस्तर पे लेटे नहीं है मेरे जैसे 5 महीने के लिए, और खाना पीना तो नॉर्मल है, पर ये क्यों हो रहा है?
See, what I want to say, what I have seen as a practitioner and also as a government senior officials, this critical gap is in communication. And why this communication, I'll tell you. My first experience, my own experience, when I took over as a Deputy Director of Government of Maharashtra Health Services and Family Welfare, and I was asking what kind of copper tea or other, communication material. They said, Madam, there is an office in the Pune, and the name of the office is Information Communication Bureau, IEC Bureau. Once I visited the IEC Bureau, piles of the communication material, publicity material was just dumped there. And I found that crores of rupees are being spent by the government of India as well as from the state government. What is happening? And then I understood that the material which was supposed to be, I'm just giving an example. This is an example of the government machinery. And second example, my own experience, with lot of difficulties, I bought 50 lakhs worth the syringes, the MTP syringes, MVA syringes, first time in India. And the health secretary took the decision just because of me, because I told them there is no electricity in the primary health center. Please, sir, you buy this. This is going to be very helpful. I was personally monitoring. Once I had to visit the Deputy Director's storeroom. There I found the files of the, those syringes. Then I understood whatever goes even from the central government to the state government, there is a lot of communication gap. The material or the IEC material, all the messages which are being sent with the good intention are not being passed. This is on a very large scale. I'm trying to tell you, whether it's a filaria, malaria, ANC, Matrata Suraksha Yojana, all the material. So what I'm trying to say now, I'm coming to the basics, that this communication gap has to be filled by counseling. There should be a post of the counselor in all the primary health centers and the government and the district hospital, because they should procure the material and then they should, disseminate the information. That is what is a gap. If you take it the urban level, again the urban level also same. There are municipal corporations and big corporations. So the government and again private, I'm coming to the same level, that there should be a communication by way of maybe nowadays the social media, other methods wherein you disseminate the information by whatever best matter. And that is the gap which I find is very, very vital and important. It may not, suddenly may appeal to you, but this is a gap which I, as a senior administrator and the policy.
Right. So, ma'am, it's again coming down to communication. But Dr. Hussain, is there any slack on the part of the doctors as well? Are the doctors testing enough at the right time? Are they noting down that the baby is perhaps looking larger? There's, the communication and all of that is happening. But from the doctor's end, are you covering all your bases as well?
Thank you, Anisha. Firstly, I forgot to thank you for bringing me in this session. According to my experience and from what I heard from the esteemed panelists, I really appreciated the app that is applicable for the urban mothers. And yes, when suddenly there is a weight gain and suddenly after doing a cesarean section, the baby is big, that's when it triggers, or maybe it's a diabetic baby. But as far as the antenatal checkup is concerned, very few go for this antenatal checkup in the first trimester. Unless you have some problem in conceiving, you are not constantly in touch with the doctor. It is when you go to the second trimester or the third trimester, that's when the urban mothers go to the doctors, and perhaps then it's pretty late to even do some metabolic changes or intervene in that prospect. So talking about rural women, which I am concerned, is advocacy. I mean, how best we can bring it to them. It's a burning chapter. It's a burning issue, because these are the women, when they get pregnant in not a nuclear family but in a joint family, the mother-in-laws will tell them, why don't you sit down, why don't you lie down, have this fruit, that fruit. So they tend to gain weight. Obesity is one of the factor. And then they're sedentary workers, which is not required, because our culture and the culture in India is pretty much different, because you have introduced yoga, you do a lot of classes, the lamas classes, but here in Bangladesh, it's not like that. As a lot of doctors here said, obstetricians, that time constraint, how much time we give to the patients is very important. When a patient visits an obstetrician for the first time, I'll be telling her enough that, hey, you need to take care of yourself and the baby. Do this test, do some exercise, do some yoga, do some physical exercise. It's not going to hamper your pregnancy. So these advocacy need to be done on a wide scale. So I really congratulate India for having this 1,000-day SHAPATH. It is something for me to take away and put it on a round table where I could sit with the policymakers and address this issue, because it is a big issue. And in 2020, we're expecting that the number of GDM will increase a lot. We do have Diabetic Association. We are working, but what we are doing is not enough at all. So that is the take on it.
More has to be done, and has to be done by the way of advocacy. So, Dr. Ghosh, I want you to please give us some key takeaways on how this advocacy happens, because you can't just leave it to the government alone. The government has a program, it's running its program well. Dr. Malhotra has come up with this innovative app, and I'm sure this will be something that women in urban India who have access to technology and information would love to access. What do we do for the greater good? For communication, give me positive, takeaways that everybody can implement, or if not everybody, people who are in touch with, the larger population can implement.
Thank you for that question. I think when I spoke about social and behavior change, this is the crux. What are we telling the women in rural setting, in peri-urban or in urban setting? And it's a very heterogeneous group. So it's very important, the skilling on this messaging, and not just messaging, the problem solving. It doesn't help a mother to be by receiving one information or a whole lot of information, and then there is no one to support her or help her do problem solving in her own context. So that's where I think we need to be skilling our frontline workers, the Ashas, the Anganwadi workers, the ANMs. And because they are reaching out the most to the pregnant women in the vast rural areas of India. And at the same time, it is how do you engage with the mother-in-law or the husband. That's another point that you need to trigger. And in the community setting, probably when we are talking about raising importance of women's nutrition or this burden of gestational diabetes mellitus, which is very suboptimally understood. We need to be also triggering the community influencers and leaders. They can be women's collective leaders, they can be the women Panchayati Raj members also. And I think at the same time, which everyone has been touching. Who is the provider there? The doctor, the nurse, or a designated counselor? How are they talking to the mother-to-be? What are the parameters are we looking at? Nutrition assessment is still to be integrated and prioritized. There could be some guidelines. Who tracks gestational weight gain? Is the ANM, when she's delivering in the ground, aware that this is poor weight gain or this is excessive weight gain? And to what extent through the community-based platform are we being able to screen for GDM? So I think you need to marry the supply and the demand side when you talk about SBC. Along with that, you need to marry the system strengthening efforts.
Right. Okay. So a lot of important points. A lot of important points raised by Dr. Ghosh, that we need to pinpoint who will do what and bring in as many people, even at panchayat levels. We can bring in people to talk about this. Dr. Malhotra, you've pioneered this app. It sounds great. Now, how do you, innovate further? Do you have trained nutritionists who are giving advice? Basis what I see on the app, should I discuss with my doctor, or is there a teleconsultation? How can you make this one-stop shop, or how can this be made extremely smooth and efficient? I would request you to unmute yourself, Dr. Malhotra.
Yeah. Anisha, what happens on the app is that, a woman registers either for the basic version or the premium version. Now, premium version is much more dedicated to the person, and the basic version is which gives you enough evidence-based knowledge and a lot of activities, as I told you, because women really want a channelized way to go about their day, because everyone's working and they need to time. On the app itself, the people who are involved at the back end, they are all renowned gynecologists or, renowned holistic healers. We have art of living people who are looking at yoga and meditation sessions. They are senior teachers who are, basically doing all the guiding about the yoga and the meditation sessions. We have cosmetologists, nutritionists of national fame and, popularity. So basically, whatever information is being given is definitely evidence-based. It's not only that, you can connect with me on a one-to-one basis in our Ask Me Anything session, which happens every day in the evening from 6 to 7. So if you have any question which is an urgent one, you can put on the app, and we have a lot of doctors behind the scene who will answer your question within 6 hours. Now that is the beauty of the app. So if you're having any danger signs, if you're not very sure whether it's something, so you can actually talk to the doctor on the app, and the doctor can tell you, yes, you should go to your clinic and take some emergency help and all. So it is helping and empowering and educating women in multiple ways. And it's not only for women, it's for couples, because we do baby bonding exercises with couples, which is important. And we teach the husbands. We firmly believe that it is a couple who's responsible for the baby. So there are lots and lots of things which are there on the app. I mean, it's impossible for me to name them, but the music, supposing if somebody is not able to sleep, so we have a yoga instructor telling you Yog Nidra. Otherwise, you have some music which is calming music. You can just put your earphones and you just fall off to sleep. So there are 1,001 things. You can listen to stories. Once the baby is about 20 weeks, the baby can hear about 5,000 words. So you can read to your baby all the stories, and those are there. There are recorded versions of baby bonding, what dialogue to, how to talk to your baby. Because many women came and asked, how do I talk to my baby? So we have done sessions for those, and every day something new pops in, because you want variety, and it is week-wise. Let's say from when should you go to the doctor? Like supposing if you're putting your LMP, you need to go for your 11 to 14 week scan. A pop-up will come that your NT-NB scan is due, your DIPSI test is due. So all that it reminds. Supposing if she has forgotten or she has not followed the doctor's advice, there is a reminder coming all the time so that they don't forget. So it's working on multiple levels. And the aim, I can tell you, lastly, the aim is not only that they deliver vaginally. My first aim was that, because we were having number of cesarean sections, so the bonding with the doctor is much better and women will deliver more naturally. But the aim is that the future 2 generations should have much lesser of the non-communicable diseases, which is diabetes, hypertension, malignancies, obesity, and so on. Because once the pregnancy is stress-free, then the gene expression for all these is also going to be much lesser. And the disease burden of our countries and the world is also going to be much lower. So there is a huge science behind the app. It's not just an app.
Right. So it is a welcome app, and for pregnant women, it will be a godsend.
Can I just interrupt for one moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jaideep, it's a wonderful app, and I'm so much interested. How can we avail this app in Bangladesh?
Yeah, you can just download it. The basic version is free of cost. So the name you can see behind my screen, iMoms, and you can just go to and just download the app. And if you have any problems, I've taken up your number and we will give you access to the premium version also. Because every Sunday on the premium version, we have experts coming in who do master sessions like techniques of breastfeeding, what contraception is available. There are many things which are happening.
There's such questions like you would like to ask somebody, but if you have it ready and then...
It is ready and it is operational. 2 lakh women are there.
No, because what I think is because of this, we are all talking about gender equality, so it will engage the father also to be a part of this app.
Exactly.
So, both of them can rear up a healthy child. So I'm very much impressed with this app, and I'm definitely going to upload it. I'm going to get in touch with you.
Sure, and I think we should also have an app for mother-in-laws and moms also, so that everybody's on board. And the app can really come in handy for all those in the family who are waiting for the bundle of joy to come, so that everybody is healthy. And in the end, we do not have health complications because we were not watchful about something that could have happened during a pregnancy. I would like to thank all our panelists for taking the time out and coming here talking about how we can reach women who are either pregnant or about to get pregnant. They are planning their pregnancies to ensure that they themselves are aware of the conditions that can arise, especially gestational diabetes, which is quite widespread in our country, how they can help themselves not get it, how they can eat well, make lifestyle changes so that this problem doesn't arise. Dr. Hussain, Dr. Kulkarni, Dr. Mehek, Dr. Sriram, Dr. Sibanti Ghosh and Dr. Malhotra, thank you. Thank you all for joining us today.
It was a pleasure.
Sharing your wisdom with us.
I don't know how much information I could give, but I took a lot of information from this. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Now we have, after this session, a quiz which is coming up with students across the nation. This is something that all our experts are saying, start talking about this early, not just when the woman is pregnant, but early in their life, so that they make these lifestyle choices which will help them later on in life. We have Princey and Satvik who will take this forward, and we have an interesting quiz coming up next.
Thank you. Thank you, Anisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
to bring these children to understand that how diabetes is an important area which we need to work against, and we need to ensure that our life, our behavior, the activities which we are doing in day-to-day life are helping us staying away from this disease, and also helping us prevent this in the future. So I think our hosts of this quiz program are going to have already joined. Can they come on the screen and okay, so they are going to join soon. In between, I would request Dr. Hema Divakar to kind of highlight the vision behind creating this quiz program for the children, and then how this is going to be an important tool for encouraging them to have a lifelong, habits, healthy habits which help them prevent many such diseases, especially diabetes, which we have been discussing since morning today.
Yeah. Namaskar, everyone. In the interest of time, Kamal, if you don't mind, Dr. Hrishikesh Pai, whom I had very fondly invited, because sentimentally for me, if he's around for any or many of the events, it's a big bang event. So Hrishikesh, I know, has to leave for another meeting at 3 p.m. So Hrishikesh, all our quiz participants, the youth of India is here to defeat diabetes. So your words for our audience and the participants of the quiz. Rishi.
Thank you, Hema, and thank you, Kamalji. And there are a lot of senior people here. Like I can see Ramni, and I can see Sampath, I think, is there. And then Dr. Sanjay Gupta is there, Dr. Jaideep Malhotra, Archana Verma in a new avatar. And then, this is looking really dynamic and changed. So I would like to say that we are the diabetic capital of the world. I have a very close relationship with diabetes because both my parents were diabetic. My mother took insulin for 30 years. Every day she used to take insulin in the morning. So I have very close links with diabetes, and as far as I'm concerned, because I deal with genetics, so you have this pre-implantation genetic testing. So normally we do it so a single gene defect, but they have found out now that the diabetes is a polygenic inheritance. So there are certain genes which, if they are in combination present in the embryo, then you can actually say that this embryo may have a high chance of becoming diabetic child. So in the future, we'll be able to select the embryo which has got a very low incidence in diabetes, heart disease, and stroke. So this is the future. And so it's very exciting because it touches me very deeply. So PGD is the new terminology. It is called PGT, that is pre-implantation genetic testing -P. P stands for polygenic disorder. So autism, diabetes, cardiac disease, stroke, there are multiple gene expressions, which at present so there is something called biobank, which is there in United Kingdom. So they have studied 20,000 Britishers, and they have found what are the genes in those 20,000 which will go toward diabetes. And the biobank is referred to when we are selecting embryo. The probability of embryo is based on the biobank. I just wanted to give you some new information about diabetes, which probably you may have not heard of. So thanks a lot for calling me here, and let us hope. So this is a great future of diabetes. So diabetes free, and in the next generation, after 20 years, we'll be able to make eggs from skin cells. So from one skin cell, we'll be able to make 100 eggs. From 100 eggs, we'll be able to make 100 embryos. We'll automatically select the embryos, and we'll select the embryos which are having less genes for diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and that embryo will be put inside and you'll have a child. So it will be totally biotechnology driven child.
Yeah, thank you, Hrishikesh. All the participants of the quiz today are at, +2. So you've given them food for thought, lots of food for thought for the future, because they may, many years from now, say, once upon a time, Dr. Hrishikesh Pai had told us that insulin was to be taken every single day, and the whole scenario may be very much different than what we can even imagine today. So thank you for your presence and putting forth some novel, new, innovative, exciting ideas as usual. Again, I would request Kamal and Rajiv and the organizing team from the IHW with artists as well to allow all our FOGSI champions to make their punch remarks and initial comments, because many of them have to leave for another meeting at 3 p.m. and then we will hand it over totally to Princey and Satvik for all the rounds of questions, and they can rule. You know, once before when we had a forum where many elderly were sitting on the dais and talking about the youth. So the audience got up and said, we are the youth. Where are we in this panel discussion? So very soon we will be leaving Princey and Satvik, who are also the Youth India, whom they represent, and all the participants who are belonging to the generation next. Let's see how they defeat diabetes. But before that, over to our lead experts who have brought in the teams today. And in alphabetical order, we would ask Archana Verma in her new avatar to make her comments, because originally we had planned for one round of quiz questions from our leaders, but I think if they just place their vision and concept of how they will take this movement further with the youth, with one line comments, so that you can be free to move for your next assignment. Archana.
Yes, very good afternoon, madam. Now, my line is time to get educated and to know the risk of the diabetes.
So next on the list, Sampath, whomever I can see.
Good afternoon, madam. So first is to start the diabetes and counseling from the schools. From the schools and colleges, we have to teach the counseling how to protect, how to be prevent from diabetes and the obesity. Obesity and diabetes are interrelated, so I have to counsel about the obesity such that they can be free from diabetes. Thank you, madam.
Great, Kamal.
We know that as a medical disorders in pregnancy committee, I would think more about pregnancy. So pre-pregnancy, every woman should be made aware that they need to know their blood sugar levels, and there is a chance of getting gestational diabetes, so that everybody should be made awareness. That is the main focus.
Yeah, Sneha.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for involving us here. Yes, I would say that it's adolescents we should target first, catch them young, let them understand at this age what is the importance of healthy lifestyle, diet and healthy living, what is it, and that is the age where actually everything goes wrong, and I think that is, we have to hit that target. That's all I suppose. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sneha. Preeti ji.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hema. Thank you for inviting us for this very valuable platform, I must say. I must congratulate Mr. Kamalji and Dr. Hema Divakar for such a wonderful platform. I have been logged in right from the morning and watching all the statements and comments which have been given by all the great leaders here. So thank you so much. That was a great learning experience. And for me, the first step that I would like to take, as Dr. Hema says, is Pahla Kadam. Need to stress more on the single step test in pregnancy, because I'm quite sure Dr. Sampath is there and she will very well take care of all the adolescents and education program. And my focus would be on single step test, and every state and every doctor and every healthcare worker should adopt this single step test, because that is doable, what Dr. Hema says, and we learn a lot from her. So thank you so much, Dr. Hema, and I wish all the team good luck for this quiz. And I'm really very excited to see how they perform, because the participants from Lucknow are really very excited and they have read a lot about GDM and diabetes. Let's see what they perform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Preeti. So that was Preeti Shapath for you. Vidya Tobbi, Dr. Tobbi, if she's here, or Sheetal.
Yes, actually my line was taken over by Sneha ma'am, wherein catch them young is what I say. Initially only if we don't have diabetes, then managing diabetes is a secondary thing. So we have to catch them young, and this is the right forum, maybe the schools, colleges, wherein they don't end up having any of the lifestyle diseases. The lifestyle should be started, whatever it is, from the young stage only. A perfect, nice lifestyle is what we lost. We don't want the next generation to lose it.
So all my very beloved quiz participants may say, practice what you preach. So it also applies to all of us as well. That we have to also fall in line with the lifestyle. I don't see Dr. Tobbi here, which means that we move straight into the game with Princey and Satvik, who have now appeared on the scene. All yours. Kamalji and myself, on behalf of IHW Council and artists, wish everybody lots of luck and the best of the performances, which I do hope you will walk the talk and take the SHAPATH and pledge for your own selves to do your bit to make this world a better place. Over to Satvik and Princey, who will lead the quiz now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hima.
1 second. Can you hear us?
Are we audible?
Yes, very
yes,
much.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
That's the problem of a typical physical program which is happening on this virtual program. The mic seems to be echoing.
Being logged in from 2 devices.
Dr. Vidya Thobi has joined.
So by the time the end team sets themselves up with the right sounds that they are supposed to make, Dr. Thobi, can you just make your champion comments?
Yeah, I heartily congratulate IHW Council, all the participants, and greetings from Food, Drugs and Medical Surgical Equipment Committee, FOGSI. I hope that they will be doing best and they will highlight the nutrition part in all their presentations and the quiz. Best luck to all of them. Yes.
Okay, awesome, guys. Let's start the quiz. We are so excited, and I'm sure all of you are too. I hope you're having a great day. Hello, everyone. I am Princey.
And I'm Satvik,
your host for the most awaited and exciting and informative
India Diabetes Quiz 2021.
To make all the women healthy for a healthy nation.
We welcome all the participants and would like to inform you that this initiative is presented by SHAPATH 1000 Days and initiated by IHW Council of India and Artist for Her, the Asian Research and Training Institute for Skills Transfer, with the strategic support of FOGSI, DIPSI, Diabetes in Pregnancy Study Group India, and WWW Foundation.
Just to give you all a brief about the SHAPATH 1000 Days mission, with the commitment to reduce the burden of malnutrition and anemia in India, the IHW Council of India, along with the committed leadership and stakeholders, has announced SHAPATH 1000 Days long advocacy mission on the occasion of National Girl Child Day, 24th January, to cement a path for healthy women and healthy child, and contribute towards achieving a national resolve towards making a Poshan Yukt, Anemia Mukt, Swasth and Ayushman Bharat.
The mission will reach out to all the states and union territories of India till 2024. And like many other initiatives, Diabetes in Pregnancy Summit and India Diabetes Quiz 2021 are part of this mission. And Artist for Her, led by Dr. Hema Divakar, is playing the key role in this summit, this quiz and overall SHAPATH 1000 Days mission. This quiz would not have been possible without her wholehearted, passionate and strategic support and contribution of all FOGSI champions who are also the team leaders with us today.
Yes. So now I will take the liberty and would like to introduce our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, Medical Director, Bloom IVF Group, and would like to invite the champion of the initiative, Dr. Hema Divakar, to address the audience and all the participants of the India Diabetes Quiz, and Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council. Dr. Hema Divakar, we are opening the floor to you.
Actually, the floor was already open and closed, Princey and Satwik. So I know you've been given this floor by Rajiv ji and the team because our guests have to leave for another meeting at 3 p.m. and we are all by ourselves with the teams of the quiz and with the champions from FOGSI who can wait on with us further. So we are rolling the floor back to you. If you can just give a one-line introduction to the posts that our FOGSI champions hold, that would be really appreciated. And then we start with the introduction of the team members right away. So right into action on the Diabetes in Pregnancy quiz with a mission to defeat diabetes. Satwik and Princey.
Absolutely, Doctor. Absolutely, Dr. Divakar.
So I would like to request all the FOGSI champions to please unmute yourself and say hello to your team and wish them good luck before we kickstart the game and wish them all the best for the game. To start with, Karnataka team leader Dr. Vidya Thobi, who's also the chairperson of Food and Drugs Medio-Surgical Equipment Committee, FOGSI.
Medical Surgical Equipment Committee, Satwik.
Yeah, all the best to all the people and best luck to champions of Karnataka.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Thobi. There is the Ghaziabad team leader, Dr. Archana Verma, Vice President-elect 21, FOGSI.
Hello.
Hi. Ma'am, can you please say hi to your team and say a few words to them?
Yes. Where are you, Aniruddha, Abhimanyu, and Nishkarsh?
Yeah, we are here, ma'am.
All the best. Guys, you rock.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Let everybody know Ghaziabad ka naam.
All right. So there's
Pahla Kadam National Quiz ki or.
Great.
All right. So let's move on to the Mumbai team leader, Dr. Kamal Chavan, chairperson of the FOGSI Medical Disorders in Pregnancy Committee.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and thank you, Hema Divakar, madam. It is a wonderful program on this Diabetes in Pregnancy Awareness Day, and I thank IHW Council. And I represent the Mumbai Diabetic Heroes, and I have my heroes with me, Pranoy Niyogi, Dishita Batam. I can see them now, and Aditi Patwardhan. So all the best, and they're really going to rock. Mumbai is going to rock. They're all geared. And I have a blend of people from different backgrounds. So I really hope they're going to do their best and be confident and answer. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's perfect, Dr. Chavan. Thank you so much. The next is our Bangalore team leader, Dr. Sheetal Joshi, clinical dietitian and certified diabetes educator, Divakar Speciality Hospital, Bangalore. Ma'am, can you please say a few words to your team?
Yes, I can see the team is there. Bangalore team is over here. And I'm very happy, you have to do it. And Anirudh, Spurti and Pranav, you have to do it. Bangalore has to. Yes, we have to be the health champions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All right. So the Tamil Nadu team leader, Professor and Dr. Sampath Kumari, Chief and HOD, Muthukumaran Medical College and Research Institute, Chennai and FOGSI, Vice President-elect 2022. Say hi to your team.
Ma'am, can you please say a few words for your team?
Yes. Okay, good evening. Smriti, Logalakshmi and Fatima, I think the Tamil Nadu always Jallikattu. All of you must be aware of the Jallikattu program. So they will be fighting. You do your best. You will get whatever you need. Thank you, ma'am. All the best.
Perfect. Thank you so much, ma'am. The next is our Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders champion, Dr. Preeti Kumar, Chairman of Safe Motherhood Committee, FOGSI.
Thank you so much, Princey. Thank you for that kind introduction. And I really want to wish my champions from Lucknow, Dr. Suryansh, who is a future computer scientist, and then the human Islam. He's basically persuading the law course. and another one is Siddhant. He's also a law student. So all the best. I think they were totally unaware of the diabetes, but for last 1 week they have read a lot about diabetes and gestational diabetes. Let's see what they do. Thank you so much and all the best.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kumar.
All right. Okay, I would also like to invite Dr. Sneha Buyar, who's the chairperson of Breast Committee FOGSI, to say a few encouraging words to all the participants here.
Hello everyone. Hope you all are set, ready to fight. You have acquired adequate knowledge, and let's see. All the best to all the teams. Do well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Buyar. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you everyone for your support. So let's come back and play India Diabetes Quiz 2021.
And contribute a bit in making our women and our nation healthy. Can we start with the introductory round? Let's quickly introduce yourself and your team. Right? Let's just start with first Karnataka Diabetes Champions.
Guys, let's get ready for the quiz.
Can we have the participants of Karnataka Diabetes Champions? Unmute yourselves, show us yourselves, say hi to everyone here.
Hi, this is Lakshmi from Karnataka.
Hi, Lakshmi.
Hi, Lakshmi.
Yeah, I request Raghavendra and Kavya.
Hi, Kavya.
And Raghavendra.
Hi, I'm Kavya from.
All right. Hi, Kavya.
Let's move on to the next team, guys.
Okay, we have Raghavendra with us also. All right. Hi, Raghavendra. All right.
Hi, sir.
So the next is the Bangalore Diabetes Masters. Participants, can you please unmute yourself, show us your faces and say hi to everybody.
Hi everyone, really sorry for the glitches in our background, but I'm Pranav, this is Purti, hello, and this is Anirudh.
Hi guys. Hi Arnav, hi Anirudh. All right, next are the Mumbai Diabetes Heroes. Participants, can we have you please? Can you say hi to us? The Mumbai Diabetes Heroes.
Mumbai Diabetes Heroes, unmute yourselves.
Hello, yes, thank you everybody. I am really honored to be here on this platform today in front of everybody, and I wish everybody a best of luck, and let's go forth with this quiz with charisma and attitude, and I hope that everybody takes something away from today, most importantly.
Thank you, Pranoy.
Thank you so much.
Can we have the other participants also say hi, please?
Hi, I'm Dishita Batsu, and I'm participating in the diabetes quiz.
Hi, Dishita.
Hi, Dishita. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next team, Satvik.
The Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders. Can we have the Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders, participants?
Hi, everyone. Good evening.
Hi, Suryansh.
Hello, everyone.
Hi,
this is Dhawan.
All right. Hello.
Hi, guys. And the next team is the Ghaziabad Diabetes Defense. Participants, can we please unmute your mics and show us your faces and say hi to us?
Hello everyone, I'm Nishkarsh. I'm from Team Ghaziabad and my team members are Anirudh and Abhimanyu. So I hope they're here.
Hi, we're here. Hello. All right, perfect.
Hi guys.
Hi.
All right. So the last team would be the Tamil Nadu Diabetes Fighters. Can we have the participants?
Hi, this is Logalakshmi from Tamil Nadu.
Hello.
Hi, Logalakshmi.
Hi, this is Smriti from the Tamil
Hi,
Nadu team.
Smriti.
Hi, this is Fatima from Tamil Nadu team.
Hi, Fatima. I think we have all the participants here, don't we?
Yes.
We are so excited to start the quiz today.
Excuse me, can I ask something before the quiz starts?
Can this wait till after the quiz, please? We will take all.
No, it's a general doubt regarding the quiz. I mean, about the way we can play this.
Sure, we are just telling you the guidelines and the rules of the game next.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right. So just to make sure, like Nishkar, let's go through it again. And if you have any doubt or question, right? So we can quickly get through that also. All right. So we have 6 teams playing with us today, 3 players in each the team. So there are 6 questions in each round. All right. Covering general questions, facts round, the FOGSI champion round. Question in this round would be asked by the FOGSI champions to their respective team leaders. There's truth and false rounds, and then there's the number rounds. All right. Each correct answer will get 10 marks. Each team would be given questions to answer within 30 seconds.
You will have a time limit of 30 seconds to answer any question. There will be a timer and we will let you know when there are 5 seconds left. There is no negative marking. No answer would get negative marks. The maximum scoring team would be the winner. The second highest scoring team would be the first runner-up. And the third highest scoring team would be the second runner-up. Moderator's decision would be final. You cannot question the quiz master. Quiz would be monitored by the nominated officials of IHW Council, FOGSI and Artist. All proposed questions in the quiz would be on nutrition and food habits, hygiene, fitness and lifestyle. Each team member can contact the team leaders for any doubts or clarifications.
All right, so let's play. We will call your name, team. What you have to do is you have to unmute yourselves. You have to show your video. We'll ask you the question. You will be given 30 seconds to answer the question and the team leader will tell us the answer. All right?
Are we clear, guys? Awesome.
Perfect.
Let's begin the game, guys.
All right. So,
are you all excited? Just tell me if you're all excited.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are all excited.
Yes. Nobody's unmuting themselves. I'll say yes. Okay, guys. Perfect.
All right. Can we start the first round, Princey?
Absolutely. I cannot wait to start the first round.
All right. Okay, so here are the participating teams and the round one, the general questions round. And the first question is for the Karnataka diabetes champions. People with diabetes should eat food that is high in A, fat, B, fiber, C, sugar, or D, salt. Your time starts now.
Yeah, it should be option B, fiber.
Option C.
Hello.
Option B, fiber. Is that the final answer?
Hello. Yeah.
Is that the final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with fiber.
All right. And the answer to this question is, it is B, fiber. Congratulations. Fiber reduces the process of releasing sugar. So that's 10 points to the Karnataka diabetes champions. Very good start, people. Very good start. Beautiful.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
I think the next question is for the Bangalore diabetes master. Let's have the next questions, please.
Bangalore diabetes masters, unmute yourselves. And the question for you is, sugar contains
what?
Carbohydrate. Carbohydrate is the source of sugar. Sugar contains what food component? It is carbohydrate.
All right.
Okay. Is that the final answer? Should we lock it?
Carbohydrate. Yeah, carbohydrate.
Great.
All
Satvik,
right.
let's see the answer, please.
And the answer to the question is correct. It is C, carbohydrates. Perfect.
That's amazing, Bangalore diabetes master. That's 10 points for you.
The people are doing very great, Princey. All right.
Absolutely.
So the next question for the team is Mumbai diabetes heroes. Are you ready, Mumbai, for your question?
Yes, we are.
Please. Perfect.
Awesome.
The question for you is, foods like pizza, burgers, and noodles are rich in A, protein, B, fat, C, carbohydrate, or D, vitamin.
Your time starts now.
The answer is B, fat.
B, fat. All right.
Are you sure? Can we lock it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Satvik, can we please see the answer for this question?
The answer to this question is C, carbohydrate. That was the wrong answer. There are no points awarded to Mumbai for this answer. Foods like pizzas, burgers, all junk foods are very rich in carbohydrates.
Okay, moving on to the next team, Satvik.
The Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders. Lucknow, are you ready for your question?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. All right. And the question for Lucknow is, Princey.
Which is least likely to reduce your risk of diabetes? A, whole grain cereal, B, nuts, C, salad dressing, D, alcoholic beverages, or E, orange juice. Your time starts now.
It's D, alcoholic beverages.
D, alcoholic beverages. Are you sure?
Yes.
Should we lock the answer? Guys, should we lock it? Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Let's see the answer, Satvik.
The answer to this question is, it's E, orange juice. It is the wrong answer. All right. No points awarded to Lucknow team for this answer. All right. Good going, teams. Okay. So the next question is for which team, Princey?
It's the Ghaziabad Diabetes Defense.
All right. Ghaziabad, are you ready for your question?
Oh, yes.
Ghaziabad. All right. Up your quiz game. So Ghaziabad, the question for you is, meat eaters have a higher risk of one of these diseases. A, osteoarthritis. B, diabetes. C, gout. D, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, or E, colon cancer.
Your time starts now.
We'd like to go with colon cancer.
All right.
Okay.
They like to go with colon.
Let's see if that's the right answer. Guy, are you sure? Should we lock it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Let's see the
Locking
answer.
E colon cancer, and the answer to this question is
It's
osteoarthritis.
osteoarthritis.
Yes. All right. Meat eaters have a higher risk of getting
Osteoarthritis, guys.
All right.
Great. So the next question
It's
to
for
the next
Tamil
team.
Nadu diabetes fighters. All right. Are you ready, Tamil Nadu, for your question?
Yes, we are ready.
All right. So the question for you is,
What is the number of pre-diabetics who move to full-blown diabetes annually? A, 20 to 30 million, B, 5 to 10 million, C, 1 to 4 million, or D, 40 to 50 million. Your time starts now.
Smriti, it is 40 to 50 million. Smriti, are you there?
Okay, should we lock that answer?
Okay,
Just a second.
all right, locking this answer and
No, wait, they're discussing.
No, team leader didn't answer.
Do you want to lock this answer?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's see the answer, Satvik.
And the answer to the question is, it's
A, 20 to 30 million. You were close, but you are not presented any points for this round, guys.
All right. Can we have the scores for this round? I think Karnataka and Bangalore have 10 points for this round, and Mumbai, Lucknow, Ghaziabad and Tamil Nadu are at 0 points. All right, up your quiz games. It was only the first
Guys,
round.
it's the first round. We can buckle up.
Yes. I think everyone is warm. Let's
excuse
move on.
me?
Yes, Suryansh.
Can we look at the question once again, please? The question we answered.
The verdict by the quiz master for every round is final. We can take any other questions after the complete quiz is over.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right.
So we are moving on to the second round here, guys. Are you excited? Are you warmed up? Let's go to the second round.
Be ready, everyone. Up your quiz game this time. All right. So the second round, this is the truth and false rounds. The first question is for the Karnataka diabetes champions. Are you ready for your question, Karnataka?
Yeah.
All right. And the question for you is,
Eating too much sugar causes diabetes. Is that true or is that false?
It's true.
Okay, let's see if that's the answer.
Okay, one second, please. One second, please.
Sure.
Guys, that's the false answer.
We were discussing now still.
Okay. Okay, fine.
All
We
right.
will give you that point.
All right.
Cool. Let's move on to the next team, guys.
To the Bangalore
Diabetes Masters.
All right. Bangalore, are you ready for your question?
Ma'am, I don't think that this is correct, that if they've already answered it as true or false, still
We will
they were
ask another question at the end of the
Yeah,
round.
they will get
Suryansh.
another answer.
Okay, okay.
All right. Bangalore, are you ready for your question?
Yes.
All right, Bangalore. The question for you is,
Drinking too much diet cola can affect blood sugar. Is that true or is that false?
True, right? It's true. True, yeah, it is true.
Yes, true.
is that the final answer?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Locking true then, Princey?
Absolutely.
All right. And the answer to this question is true. Absolutely correct. 10 points to Bangalore Diabetes Masters. Perfect. All right. So the next question is for the Mumbai Diabetes Heroes. Mumbai, are you ready for your question?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's see the question for you guys.
The question for the Mumbai team is,
Honey as substitute for sugar in diabetes has no advantage. Is that true or is that false? Guys, your time has already started. Can you please tell me the answer?
It's false.
Okay, should we lock it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if that's the answer, Satvik. Let's see if it's false.
all right. And the answer to the question is, it is
True.
true.
Guys, you don't get any points for this round.
All right. So the next team for the question is, which team is it, Princey?
So Mumbai Diabetes Heroes.
I think we just asked Mumbai the question. I think the next question is Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders. All right. Lucknow, are you ready for your question?
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. So the team for the Lucknow team is, the question is, diabetes is often silent. Is that true or is that false?
I think it is silent because most of the diabetes in India is still undetected.
Okay.
So it's true.
So it's true. Is that the final answer?
Yeah.
All right. Locking true then, Princey?
Okay, let's lock it.
Locking true. And the answer to this question is, it is true. Perfect. You get 10 points for this. Congratulations, Lucknow.
Absolutely perfect.
Thank you.
All right.
So the next question is?
the Ghaziabad Diabetes Defense.
Defenders.
Ghaziabad, are you ready?
Yeah, we are.
All right, Ghaziabad, the question for you is...
Can we have the question, please? More and more young adults have diabetes. Is that true or is that false?
True.
That is
it is true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should we log it?
Answer?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay, let's see the answer, please.
And the answer to this question is absolutely correct. It is true. Perfect. That's 10 points to you, Ghaziabad. Perfect. All right, the last question for this round is for Tamil Nadu diabetes fighters. Tamil Nadu, are you ready for a question?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's see the question for them, Satvik.
The question for you, Tamil Nadu, is India the diabetic capital of the world? True or false?
True.
True. India is the diabetic capital of the world. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right. Locking the answer then, Princey?
Absolutely. Let's lock the answer.
So the answer to this question is false. It is not yet the diabetic capital of the world. That is the wrong answer. All right. Tamil Nadu is awarded no points for this question. All right. Should we ask an additional questions to Karnataka right now, Princey, or should we wait till the end?
We should wait till the end.
All right, Karnataka. All right. Karnataka has one question in reserve yet. All right. So they will not be getting any points for this round. All right. Himani, can we have the scores for the 2 rounds, the total points for this round?
Yeah. So Bangalore team is on 20. Karnataka and Lucknow and Ghaziabad is on 10. Rest of the teams are still yet to score.
All right, they're still yet to score. All right, perfect. Teams, there's still time. Up your quiz game. We will be moving on to the 3rd round, which is the FOGSI Champions round. Are the FOGSI team leaders ready?
Guys, are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Satvik and Princey, when you call out the FOGSI champions, if some of them have already left, I will fill in for them, okay?
Absolutely
perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. So the first question will be asked by Dr. Archana Verma to the Bangalore Diabetes Masters.
Oh, I have to ask just like that?
Yes. So we will present the question to you, ma'am. So the next question for the Karnataka Diabetes Champions, Satvik. It's not the Bangalore Diabetes Masters. The first question is for the Karnataka Diabetes Champions, and Archana ma'am will be asking them the question. And this is the question for this team.
All right. Karnataka, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. And the question to you is, Dr. Archana?
Yes. In India, diabetes test during pregnancy has to be done twice in pregnancy, early in pregnancy, or just before delivery, or none of the above.
Kavya, do you know answer?
I think twice in pregnancy.
I guess it is C option, just before delivery.
Okay, guys, 10 seconds left.
Raghavendra?
5 seconds, people.
Okay, twice in pregnancy, let's go with option
A. Let's see if that's the correct answer.
Locking A, and the answer to this question is A. It's absolutely correct. Twice in pregnancy.
Perfect, guys. You get 10 points for this round.
Doing good. I think they did pretty good under pressure. Very good team.
Yes.
All right.
So the next question is for the Bangalore Diabetes Master and the FOGSI champion, who will be asking the question is Dr. Vidya Thobi.
Dr. Vidya, are you here?
Dr. Vidya, can we please have you to ask the questions to the Bangalore Diabetes Masters, please?
All right,
I'm ready.
Okay, great. Dr. Hema, can you please fill in? Thank you so much.
Right. Bangalore, are you ready for your question?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. All right. Dr. Hema, yes to you.
So the Bengaluru Masters, tell us the right answer. If the mother has gestational diabetes, is diet control for the mother important? Option A is yes. Option B, no. Option C, none of the above.
Yes or no?
Yes.
What do you think?
Yes.
I think it is yes.
Yes. I think it's yes.
Because she has to
eat folic acid for production.
Okay, so we'll go with yes. Yes, we're going with option A. Yes.
Are we locking yes then? Is that
yes?
Yes.
Option A. Option A.
All right.
Perfect. Let's see the answer.
All right. And the answer to this question is perfect. It is answer A. Perfect.
Congratulations, guys. You get 10 points for this
Bangalore is
round.
doing pretty good. All right. Perfect. All right. So the next question is for the Mumbai Diabetes Heroes. And Dr. Sheetal Joshi, can you ask the next question?
A FOGSI champion, Dr. Sheetal Joshi. Can you please ask this question to the Mumbai Diabetes Heroes?
Yes.
All right. Here's the question to you, Dr. Sheetal.
What is the percentage of Indians with pre-diabetes risk factors? 15%, 20%, 5%, 40%. Are you all ready?
The time starts now.
It's 15, 50, 5 or 40.
Mumbai, are you here?
Mumbai, are you
Yes,
here?
we are thinking about it. We are discussing.
Okay, 10 seconds left, guys.
5 seconds left, Mumbai.
And your time is over. I'm sorry, you are not given any points for this round, Mumbai. We will move on to the next round and to our next question. So the next question is for the Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders, and Dr. Kamal Chavan will be asking the next question to this team.
Dr. Kamal, are you here?
Yes, I'm very much here.
All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamal. Please, the next question is to the Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders. Here's to you.
Yeah. What is the number of diabetes in pregnancy in India every year? A, 1 to 2 million. B, 3 to 5 million. C, 8 to 10 million. D, less than 1 million.
The time starts
What is
now.
the number of diabetes in pregnancy in India every year? And these are the options. Lucknow team, come on.
Lucknow team, 15 seconds left.
We're discussing.
5 seconds left.
It's 8 to 10 million.
Okay, we are locking that answer.
All right. And the answer to this question is it's 3 to 5 million. You were pretty close, Lucknow. Just this close. All right. Okay. So the next question is for the Ghaziabad Diabetes Defense, and it will be asked by Professor Dr. Sampath Kumari.
Yes.
All
Okay,
right.
great.
Yes, Satvik.
Here's the question, ma'am.
Is it for the Ghaziabad? Can blood glucose monitoring?
Yes.
Yes. Ghaziabad team, be ready. Can blood glucose monitoring in pregnancy be done at home? A is yes, B is no, C none of the above. So yes or no or none of the above. Please answer.
Yes.
Ghaziabad?
Yes, the first one, A.
Okay, let's see if that's the answer. Guys, are you sure?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. And the answer to this question is correct. It is yes. Pretty confident about the answers. Good game, Ghaziabad.
Very good, Ghaziabad team. So the next question we have is for the Tamil Nadu Diabetes Fighters. And the question, and we will ask Dr.
The FOGSI team leader for the Tamil Nadu team is?
Just a second, guys. The Ghaziabad team, let's see.
Dr. Sneha Buyar.
Dr. Sneha Buyar, will you please answer the can you please ask this question?
I have to fill in again, I'm afraid.
All right, Dr. Hema. All right.
Yeah.
So here's the question for the Tamil Nadu team. Tamil Nadu, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here's your question.
So the Tamil Nadu Jallikattu fighters, besides blood sugar tests, doctors' visits are meant also for eye checkup, kidney checkup, blood pressure checkup, blood cholesterol in pregnancy. Are these not needed, may be required, or they're totally irrelevant? Option A is all these tests for various other organs, not needed, may be required, or totally irrelevant.
Your time has started, team.
Option B may be required.
Okay. Should we log that?
Yes.
All right. Princey, should we log that?
Absolutely. Let's see the answer.
And the answer to this question is may be required. Absolutely correct, Tamil
You get
Nadu.
10 points for this round, guys.
Perfect. Doing very good teams. I think the quiz games are going pretty up, Princey, right?
Yes. And thank you so much, all the FOGSI champions, for asking all these questions to our participants. Let's see the scoreboard, please.
Himani, can we have the score, please?
Yeah, so the Bangalore team is leading with 30 points. Then Karnataka and Ghaziabad team is on 20. Lucknow and Tamil Nadu is on 10, and Bombay is still 0.
All right, perfect. So before we move on to the next round, Princey, the Karnataka diabetes champions have one question in reserve. Can we ask them a question?
Do we want to ask it now or do we want to ask it in the end?
We can ask it right now.
Okay.
All right. So Karnataka, you have one question in reserve. I would like to ask you that question now. Are you ready for your question?
Yes.
So this question will not be presented on the screen. This is the question that we will be asking you.
All right.
Is that okay? Listen.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So this question is, which is not a symptom of diabetes? A, itchy skin. B, thirst. C, frequent urination. D, muscle pain. Which is not a symptom of urination of diabetes? A, itchy skin. B, thirst. C, frequent urination. And D, muscle pain. Your time starts now.
Kavya? Kavya, voice is not clear. Repeat it.
Please repeat option A, ma'am.
Itchy skin.
Itchy skin, itchy skin.
You're
It's
saying
itchy skin or...
is not a symptom of diabetes.
10 seconds left, guys.
A.
What? Kavya?
Option A.
All right, they want to go with
muscle pain.
Skin.
Okay, guys, let's see if that's the right answer. That is not the right answer, guys. The correct answer is muscle pain. Muscle pain is not a symptom of diabetes.
All right.
Okay, so I think Karnataka does not get a point.
Yeah, Karnataka is at all right. The final rounds, the final scores are the scores
the
that
correct scores. Yeah,
all
the
right.
correct.
All right. So the round 4 is the facts round. Are you ready, teams?
Yes, we are.
All right. The first question we will ask to the Tamil Nadu diabetic fighters. Are you ready, Tamil Nadu?
Yes.
All right, Tamil Nadu. Here's the question to you. Diabetes is a condition where A, too much sugar in the blood happens. B, too little oxygen. C, fluctuation in liver functions. Or D, none of the above. Your time starts now.
Option A.
All right.
Are you sure? Can we lock it?
Yes.
Okay, let's see the answer to that question,
And the
Satvik.
answer to the question is correct. There is too much sugar in the blood in diabetes. Perfect. That's 10 points to Tamil Nadu. Perfect.
Okay, the next question that we are asking is the Ghaziabad Diabetes Defenders. And let's see the question for this team.
Ghaziabad, are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. Here's the question to you, Ghaziabad.
People with diabetes need A, lifelong care. B, treat only until sugars revert to normal. C, treatment based on patient symptoms. Or D, treatment based on blood sugar level.
Your time starts now, Ghaziabad.
We think it is D, based on blood sugar levels.
Is that the final answer?
Can we lock it?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, Satvik, let's see the answer to that question.
And the answer to this question is, Ghaziabad, A, it's lifelong care. That was the wrong answer.
You don't get any points for this round, guys.
All right, moving on to the next team, Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders. Are you ready, Lucknow?
Yes, we are.
All right,
Okay,
perfect.
great.
All right, Lucknow, here's the question to you. Type 1 diabetes is A, natural cause with no insulin production. B, usually strikes elderly. C, usually strikes adults. Or D, common in pregnant women. Your time starts now.
It's A. It's natural cause with no insulin production, and basically it also strikes the younger people. Yeah, it is what I mean.
Okay, then Suryansh.
Okay, perfect. Let's see what's the answer for this question.
And the answer to this question is correct. It is A, natural cause with no insulin production. Very confident. Perfect luck. Now you get 10 points for this round. All right.
Great. Let's see the next question for Mumbai Diabetes Heroes.
Mumbai, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, Mumbai, get up. Here's the question to you.
Use of insulin in type 1 diabetes is A, must use insulin for lifetime. B, can start insulin by age of 20. C, can stop insulin by age of 20. D, don't need insulin.
Your time starts now.
It's A.
Okay.
Very
Are
confident.
you sure? Can we lock it?
Yes.
Okay, let's see the answer to that question, Satvik.
And Mumbai, here's the answer. The answer is A, must use insulin for lifetime. Perfect, Mumbai. Good work. Very confident.
10 points to this
All right.
team.
The next team is the Bangalore Diabetes Masters. Bangalore, are you ready?
Bangalore, are you ready for your question for this round?
Yes.
Okay, Bangalore is ready. Bangalore, here's the question to you. Sugar levels in the blood decreases because A, of eating food, B, drinking beverages, C, drinking water, or D, exercising. Your time starts now.
Exercising. Exercising or drinking water? Exercising. Exercising. We think it's option D.
Should we lock it?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Satvik, let's see the answer to that question.
And the answer to this question is locking it.
Exercise.
Exercise.
Absolutely correct, Bangalore. You get 10 points in this round.
All right. I think teams are doing very good in this round. All right.
Absolutely.
The next question, the last question for this round.
It's Karnataka Diabetes Champions. Let's have the next question for the Karnataka Diabetes Champions. Please.
Karnataka, are you here?
Yes.
Still in the game? All right, Karnataka. Here's the question to you.
Reasons for increased number of diabetic population status: B, urban growth, C, aging, D, lifestyle change, bad diets, less exercise resulting increased obesity, E, all of the above. Your time starts now.
Kavya? I think D. Option D.
Guys, can we lock it? Are you sure?
I guess all of the above. No. Wait for a second. I guess it is all of the above.
10 seconds left, people.
Oh, it will be.
Okay, option D.
Okay, guys, your time has ended. We are locking on option D.
All right. And the answer to this question is, it's E. It's all of the above. There's no points for you for this round. All right. We have ended 4 rounds, and now we are up to our final round. Himani, can we have the total scores for the teams?
Yes, so the Bangalore team is leading with 40 points. Tamil Nadu, Ghaziabad, Lucknow team and Karnataka team at 20 points. Bombay team is at 10.
All right.
Guys,
this is the final round. People, up your quiz game and let's have the questions for the 5th round. Teams, are you ready?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Awesome.
The first question for the Karnataka Diabetes Champions. Karnataka, here's the question for you.
Which country has the largest number of diabetes cases in the world? A, India, B, China, C, USA, or D, Vietnam? Your time starts now.
Okay, Kavya.
Ten seconds left, guys.
China.
All right.
Lock it?
Okay, China.
China. And the answer to this question is correct. It is China. 10 points to you, Karnataka. Perfect. Good going. All right. The next question is for the Bangalore Diabetes Masters. Bangalore, are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Awesome. So the next question, can we have it, please? How many people over 18 years have diabetes in India? A, 1 out of 10, B, 1 out of 4, C, 1 out of 20, or D, 1 out of 100. Your time starts now.
18 adults, so
1 out of 10.
1 out of 100.
10.
Think about what is
over 18 is any
1 in 10.
1 out of 10. 1 out of 10.
Okay, lock it.
1 out of 20.
Guys, 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, option C.
All right.
Okay, let's lock it option C.
And the answer to this question is option A. It's 1 out of 10. You were doing good in the first round. All right. No points for you. All right, Bangalore.
Something to learn.
This is for the Mumbai Diabetes Heroes. Mumbai, are you ready?
Yes.
All right,
Awesome.
Mumbai. Here's the question to you. How many diabetes cases India has? A, 92 million, B, 80 million, C, 30 million, or D, 5 million. Your time starts now.
The answer is B, 80 million.
B, 80 million. All right.
Yes.
Should we lock it, Princey?
Should we lock it, guys?
Yes, lock it.
All right. And the
Great.
answer to
Let's
this
see that.
question is B, 80 million.
Perfect, guys.
Mumbai.
You're
You get 10
absolutely
points.
correct. Mumbai gets 10 points for this round. The next question is for the Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders. Are you guys?
We are here, but your voice is cracking.
Team Lucknow, unmute your mics, please.
Ma'am, we are here, but your voice is cracking, I think. So.
Okay, so you here. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, that's clear.
All right, perfect. And the question to you, Lucknow, is what percentage of Indian diabetic population remains undiagnosed? A, 30%, B, 50%, C, 70%, or D, 10%? The time starts now.
It's 50%.
Okay, can we log that answer?
Yeah.
Okay, Satvik, can we please see the answer to that question?
And the answer to this question is the Lucknow team. It is B, 50%.
You get 10 points for this round, guys. Amazing.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So the next question is for the Ghaziabad Diabetes Defenders. Ghaziabad, are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. All right. Love the energy. All right. And the question for the Ghaziabad team is,
what is the percentage ratio of diabetes common in men than women? A, 10% versus 9%, B, 20% versus 10%, and C, 40% versus 5%. Guys, your time starts now.
We think it is B, 20% versus 10%.
all right.
Okay, can we log that answer?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. And the answer to this question for the Ghaziabad team is A, it's 10% versus 9%.
You don't get any points for this round, guys.
All right. So the last question, the last round of the game is for the Tamil Nadu diabetic fighters. Tamil Nadu, are you ready for the last question?
Yes, we are.
All right. Here's the question to you. What is the comparison ratio of diabetes in the urban and rural areas? A, 12% versus 8%, B, 20% versus 10%, C, 15% versus 4%, or D, 22% versus 15%. Your time starts now. Tamil Nadu.
Guys, 10 seconds left. 5 seconds
B.
left, guys.
Answer B.
B.
All
Okay,
right,
locking at B.
The answer to this question is D. It's 22% versus 15% respectively. All right, we have had all the rounds. Himani, can we have the final scores?
So the final scores are Bangalore team is at 40, Karnataka, Lucknow team at 30, Tamil Nadu, Ghaziabad and Bombay team at 20.
Okay, perfect, guys. So I think we have a winner here, do we?
We have a clear winner, yes. Bangalore Diabetes Masters, congratulations for the first position. All right.
You have won the quiz, guys. You are the winners of this. How are you feeling, guys? Can you please show us your faces?
You stop the slide share. I think everybody can come. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Yes. Feeling good.
Very good.
Perfect, guys. I think we are tying the first runner-up positions for Karnataka and Lucknow. Are we correct there, Himani? Right. And we are tying the second runner-up positions for Mumbai, Ghaziabad and Tamil Nadu. Are we correct there, Himani?
Let's have a tiebreaker for them, Princey. Let's have a quick tiebreaker.
We can have a tiebreaker for the first runner-ups.
All right, perfect. Let's have a tiebreaker.
Actually, ma'am, we had a question regarding the first question we answered.
Suryan,
Can we go back to the question?
Later, we cannot take the decisions by the quiz masters are final right now.
Okay.
And we can discuss them later. Thank you so much.
All right, so I'm going to let's just quickly take for the first runner-up position, which teams do we have, Princy? I think we have the Karnataka Diabetes Champions and we have the Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders.
Yes.
Karnataka and Lucknow, you will be competing for the first runner-up position. I'm going to give you 2 questions, one for each team, and the team that scores will get the first runner-up position. Teams, are you ready?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So the question is first to the Karnataka Diabetes Champions. Karnataka, here's your question. Women with diabetes in pregnancy tend to have A, easy childbirth, B, smaller babies, or C, large babies. Your time starts now.
Okay, Kavya.
Confusing.
I guess it is option C.
Okay, large babies. Should we log that?
Log that answer?
Yes.
All right. The answer to this question is it's C, large baby. That's correct. 10 points to you, Karnataka. Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So the first runner-up position. The next question is to the Lucknow Diabetes Crusaders. Lucknow, here's the question to you.
Cutting all fat from your diet will slow diabetes. A, is that true? Or B, is that false? Your time has already started, guys.
Lucknow.
We would like to go with option false.
Option false. All right. Should we log that?
Yeah, definitely.
The answer is false. Both the teams have
you tied again, guys? You tied again. I think we'll just stick at a tie and we'll call it a day, guys.
Yes.
This was perfect. Thank you so much, guys.
All right. Okay. So for the second runners-up position, I think we have tied at Mumbai Diabetes Champions and we've tied at Ghaziabad Diabetes Champions and Tamil Nadu Diabetes Fighters. Congratulations, guys. You guys have done very good in the quiz. I'm really proud of everyone.
So, which also means that everybody is a winner. Either they occupy the first position or the first runners-up tie or the second runners-up tie. So that's what all of us are really, really happy about. Yeah. So congratulations to all the participants.
Huge round of applause for all the teams here. They participated very well.
As I always say, to win, you must begin, and you all have begun well. And before we close, we want one comment from each of our FOGSI champions and your message to the youth of the nation who are watching the show, as well as the participants in the quiz. One small point on my own behalf, I would want to say, there were 2 questions which compared the percentages. And the answers given by the teams seem to indicate that a lot of men have diabetes. Compared to that, only half of the women. 20% versus 10% was the answer. I would like to emphasize that the right answer was 10% versus 9%. That means almost equal number of men and women in our country do have diabetes, right? So whether it's a man or a woman, as we grow up, the potential for having diabetes is almost equal in both. The second question, for which again you scored a wrong answer, was the difference between the urban and rural population. Your answer seemed to indicate 20% of the urban have diabetes, whereas only 10% of the rural have. Again, it's a no. Whether it is urban or rural, the percentage is almost equal, 22 versus 15 or 18%. So the rural is again, running ahead and competing with the urban because everybody is too sweet in the country, and that's really the problem. Yeah. So those are the 2 points which you must remember. So wherever you belong to, whether you're a man or a woman, urban or rural, the potential for having diabetes is great. So prevention is better than cure, and remember, your health is your wealth as you move ahead in your careers and earn a lot of wealth, but do preserve your health. That is my message at the sign-off. May I request all the FOGSI champions to make their remarks on their impression about the quiz and our participants. Archana. Archana, आप हिंदी में भी बोलिए, बड़ा मजा आएगा.
Yes, madam. Because madam, इतना आज जब कुछ discuss हुआ है, and you have taken each and every point very nicely, and definitely now the new generation has to understand the value of marks and health. because the health is to be later on converted to a wealth. We all know, but it is the first startup is not only that we have to take care like running and running and running and working and working. There's a lot of difference in working and running with tension. So just feel relaxed, stress less, and more of exercise, more of a happiness, and less of a stress. So that is a mantra of better life.
Super. Thank you, Archana. Sampath?
Yes, madam. Good evening, madam. Children, first, taking effort to participate is more important rather than winning. So always be first to participate in all programs. Then the take-home message is diet and exercise will prevent you from all disease, not only diabetes, in all disease. So diet and exercise is very, very important. Thank you, madam.
Kamal.
Yes, thank you very much, madam. There was one more question which I want to highlight, was that is India the diabetic capital of the world? So the answer was more at present, but if we don't take care and start at young, as what is our own mission, that is the SHAPATH and defeat diabetes. So we will soon become the diabetic capital. So we all will have to join hands together to make that happen. And we don't want India to become the diabetic capital, India to be projected on the wrong way. And so it all starts with the young adult. We have all these participants who have come from all over India, pan-India, and they have come to this platform. They are going to spread the messages. They are going to tell their peers that yes, there is a diabetic, and the awareness which we have given, I think, is definitely going to percolate into all the students of that age group, and that is our main focus. And you all are winners. You have done fantastic. Minor, that percentage and everything is a very tricky questions, but I think superb. Everybody has done very, very, very well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Kamal. I don't think Dr. Tobbi is with us. If Dr. Tobbi is there, she can respond. Otherwise, we go to Sheetal. Dr. Vidya Tobbi? Yeah, Sheetal.
Yeah, it was really very tough, and awareness is the first thing what we have to see. If we are aware what is the situation around, we can work accordingly. And yes, seeing all the percentage, even I was like seeing those numbers, it was really such a huge, and we are not aware. And each family over here, the participants, each family has one or the other diabetic in their family. So if you see, it is a huge number, and our generation, we are already crossed. Maybe the next generation should really work on that, and we should see that we eradicate to a certain extent diabetes. And lifestyle, nutrition and exercise plays a very, very important role. So you have to do it, and all are the winners because you all are got so much awareness today about this. And diabetes is pregnancy, hardly people know about it. It is a new thing even for each and every new generation, that there is something called as diabetes in pregnancy, and if we manage this, we are going to have a beautiful future.
So congratulations to the greatest champions of the afternoon, Princey and Satvik, who have learned a lot about diabetes and pregnancy and diabetes for sure. So you all have done a wonderful job and made us all enjoy this delightful afternoon. So the last closing words from our youth champions, Princey and Satvik, and I must very, very humbly place on records the great efforts taken by Rajiv ji and Himani in the background to bring this quiz to the foreground, and all the participating teams. It's not only a small number of minutes or hours that you spend educating yourself. May this be the Pahla Kadam, the start point for the pledge that you will take, the SHAPATH for 1,000 days, to change your own lifestyle, because we need you to be the change you want to see. Satvik and Princey, please.
Madam, only 1 minute. 1 minute, Hema, madam.
Yeah.
And special congrats to Bengaluru team, madam. Anyway, they have got the good marks. Special congrats. Congrats to all children, but still special congrats to Bengaluru team. Thank you.
Before we end, ma'am, I just had a simple doubt. It's not related to points or anything like that. But do you think that the question we answered, which of the following is least likely to influence diabetes? I don't think that was the question.
Diabetes. Suryansh, the question was, which is the one which is least likely to decrease the incidence of diabetes? Correct. That is why the answer was orange juice, because if you have plenty of canned juices and orange juice, that is not going to decrease your incidence of diabetes.
Correct, totally correct. But the thing is that it was written just the orange juice. It wasn't written a canned orange juice, because according to the American Diabetes Association, I read an article which clearly stated that citrus fruits are rich in vitamin C and folates. So I think that is something.
No, what was the answer that they gave, Satvi and Prince? Because it's good, because we're open to discussion. Yeah, besides the, besides the points, that's not the point. Yeah, I would say like that. Yeah. Because we need to thrash out this, because we need to dispel the myths and misconceptions in the youth. And the answer that you chose, Suryansh, was?
Alcoholic beverages. Because
alcoholic beverages. Yeah, so out of the set of answers, then orange juice is least likely to decrease the incidence of diabetes. So that was what the question meant, because these questions have been by a very special team, not involving any of the FOGSI champions, but totally a different repository with our international organization FIGO, from where we have borrowed these questions, had a preliminary round of discussion with them, thrashed it out, and presented them to Rajiv ji from the IHW Council. So that was what this question was meant. However, your answer about the difference in the types of juices. If it's a fresh fruit, it's the best. If it's a fresh fruit juice, it's okay. But if it's a canned fruit juice, it's not at all okay. So this, if you ask any dietitian or nutritionist, they will explain to you in the way of traffic signal system. When we say fruit, we have to specify, eat the whole fruit, that is green. Fruit juice, that is orange. Canned fruit, that is red. So that is how the signal system goes. The brown rice is green, white rice is yellow, and biryani is red. So it is a rice, but it is a traffic signal system which pushes it into greater and greater red signal zone. So it is very, very heartening to know that all the participants have truly applied their mind to the quiz. They're not casually come around, saying, okay, yes or no. No, you have bothered to pay attention to what you have prepared and how you have presented yourself, and the same lingering thoughts in your mind, which has made you ask the question not once but thrice. Suryansh, we really appreciate that, because you, at the end of the game, you're keen on knowing what's right and what is wrong. And it is really not the age that matters, but it's the attitude that matters. So we are open to collaborating with the whole generation next, who may teach us a lesson or two in trying to better our way of communication, so that the right messages reaches every citizen of this glorious country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for answering it.
Yeah.
We would just like to conclude.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Satwik and Princey.
Yes. We would just like to conclude by saying that whenever we are here for any quiz, we have so much fun. It's because you have to engage everyone. Learning has to be aligned with some fun, some competitiveness, so that we can get the message across, and especially these messages about the chronic ailments and the illnesses that everybody is facing these days, because the lifestyle changes and things that could be changed with small things such as diet and exercise. It's so important that everybody learns about these things, and the women for sure, of course the men also.
But it's also very inspiring to see all the children knowing so much about diabetes.
Absolutely.
Even it's just for the quiz, but it's so inspiring that
very impressive, guys.
They are leaving with so much knowledge, and then imparting so much knowledge to us.
That is the real win, guys. Yes. You will be the people who will be spreading the news of living a healthy life to all your friends and the next generation.
All the participants should know that they have taught us also 2 or 3 things about diabetes today, and we will be leaving with something that you guys gave us. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much.
So the 3 words we like to close with is thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.